Chapter 178. Auntie, I know what you're talking about. Bailey Han tightened his grip on Xia Dong's hand and turned to look at her. His eyes were firm and full of tenderness. But I love her and I want to stay by her side to protect her. Xia looks strong on the outside, but she's actually very sensitive and insecure. She doesn't believe in love and will shrink back when it comes to matters of the heart. She doesn't believe in everlasting love and refuses to give up her heart. I will use my actions to prove that she won't regret marrying me. No matter how big the storm in the future is, I will protect her from it. Xia Dong's heart trembled. She didn't dare to look into his affectionate eyes and lowered her eyes. Xia Yun could tell that he was sincere about Xia Dong. Her initial determination to oppose the marriage was also wavering. Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai were both Bailey Han's children. If they could be together, wouldn't it be a good thing for the children? However, there were too many problems between them. Could Bailey Han really withstand the pressure from his family? After thinking for a long time, she sighed and rubbed her forehead. How about this, Bailey Han? I'll give you 2 months. If you can make your family accept Xia within 2 months, I'll approve of your marriage. If you can't do it, you can get a divorce. In these 2 months, you have to keep your marriage a secret and you can't live together. Everything will remain the same. Bailey Han agreed. 2 months wasn't a long time. If he wanted to change his family's opinion of Xia Dong, he had to start from the root. He had to find the reason why they were rejecting her and then deal with it. After sending Xia Yun off, Bailey Han dragged Xia Dong back to her room. Bailey Han locked the door. Take off your clothes. Xia Dong crossed her arms and looked at him warily. What are you trying to do? He raised his eyebrows in amusement. Did you apply medicine to your shoulder? Let me take a look at your injury. Only then did Xia Dong realize that he was talking about the injury she got when she blocked the old madam's walking stick in the morning. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush. It's okay. I've already applied medicine. Let me take a look. If you don't take it off, I'll do it myself. Bailey Han didn't believe her at all. Xia Dong's cheeks reddened even more. You can go out first. The corners of his lips curled up. He really opened the door and walked out. Xia Dong took out a spaghetti strap nightgown from the wardrobe. After changing into it, she called Bailey Han in. The moment he entered the room, he saw that she was wearing a spaghetti strap nightgown that exposed her shoulders. It was soft and pink, and the dress was knee-length, revealing her slender and exquisite calves. She combed her hair uncomfortably and explained, "It's easier to see my shoulders when I wear this dress." His eyes darkened as he brushed away the long hair on her shoulder. There was a bruise on her right shoulder. Her skin was fair to begin with, so the bruise was especially glaring. He was instantly enraged. From the looks of it, the bruise had not been treated at all, yet she had lied to him. Don't move. Although he was angry, his voice was very gentle. When he was chased out by her, he went to ask Xiao Bao. He found the family medical kit and took out the ointment to treat external injuries. He carefully applied it to her bruise. After applying the ointment, Xia Dong took a shawl and put it on. She coughed and said, "It's getting late. Shouldn't you go back? Wifey, I want to spend more time with you." At the thought that this little woman had become his wife, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He wanted to hold her in his arms and not let go for even a moment. Xia Dong laughed dryly. "Didn't you promise Xiao Yi that you would eat dinner with him every day? You should hurry home." He stretched out his arm and easily pulled her into his embrace. Her soft and fragrant body moved restlessly in his embrace. He started to feel restless and helplessly curled his lips. "I really want to marry you as soon as possible." Xia Dong pushed him. "Aren't we already married?" He was like a child who didn't get his candy. He rubbed his head against her head and sighed sadly. "I'm talking about living together." Xia Dong blushed. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips. His warm lips pressed tightly against hers. He hugged her and suddenly turned around. She was already facing him. He lifted the back of her head with one hand and hugged her waist with the other. The refreshing masculine scent invaded her senses. His lips and tongue were soft and full of possessiveness, as if he wanted to tear her apart and eat her up. She felt a strong sense of oppression and uneasily pushed against his chest. He grabbed her hand and softened his movements at the right time. His kiss was as fragrant as wine, gradually captivating her. His burning hot palm landed on her shoulders and slowly moved down. The strap of her dress slid down to her chest, and her softness was on the verge of bursting out. The contradictory feeling of being cold and burning hot woke her up. She couldn't help but moan as she pushed his arm away. He seemed to have woken up from a dream. He hugged her tightly and panted heavily. She calmed her breathing and said unhappily, "You promised my aunt that you wouldn't touch me in the future." He laughed deeply and his voice was a little hoarse. "I only promised her that I wouldn't live together with you." She gritted her teeth. "In my opinion, it means the same thing." He laughed happily. "That only means that my wife has misunderstood me." Scram! Xia Dong punched him on the back and pushed him away. He stroked her hair gently and said reluctantly, "Wife, I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. Hurry up and leave." If she didn't leave now, he would take advantage of her completely. She finally sent him off. Xia Dong hugged her shoulders and curled up on the sofa. She was still in a daze. This day had been too full of ups and downs. She still felt that it was unreal. She didn't know how to explain to old madam. She was so frustrated. She scratched her head angrily. The doorbell suddenly rang. It was Suzaku. Her beautiful face was as cold as an iceberg. The first thing she said when she saw her was an apology. "I'm sorry that I didn't protect you well. Did Bailey Han hurt you?" "It's okay. It's not your fault." Xia Dong laughed dryly. She didn't dare to tell her that Bailey Han had forced her to register her marriage. If she told her, she would definitely report it to Brother Shen. Then things would get troublesome. Xia Dong coughed. "You, on the other hand, didn't that Du Bing guy hurt you?" Suzaku snorted. "He doesn't have the ability to hurt me." Losing the person she was protecting was a great humiliation to her. One day, she would make that Du Bing guy pay the price. The two of them didn't say anything else. Suzaku went home to rest. Xia Dong went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Unexpectedly, the doorbell rang again. She thought that Suzaku had returned. She didn't expect it to be a delivery man. Xia Dong asked curiously, "Did you make a mistake?" "I didn't order delivery. It's here. The person who ordered it has already paid. Please sign here." Xia Dong had no choice but to sign her name. She carried the snack box back to the living room. When she opened it, there were many delicious dishes. They looked, smelled, and tasted good, which aroused her appetite. Her phone suddenly rang. Bailey Han chuckled. "Honey, has the delivery arrived?" "So it was you who ordered it." Xia Dong had always suspected that they had sent it to the wrong door. "How are the dishes? Do you like them?" He could almost imagine her expression after being confused. He couldn't help but smile. "They're good. Thank you." She didn't expect him to be so attentive. "You guys eat first. I'll call you in the evening." Bailey Han said a few words and ended the call. Xia Dong called the two little guys to eat. When they saw that it was takeout, they were very puzzled. Ever since their mommy resigned, she had been cooking for them. Xia Dong explained that it was Uncle Bailey who ordered it. Xiao Bao smiled strangely. "Mom, I forgot to tell you something. I'm no longer against Bailey Han being my daddy." Why is that? Haven't you always hated him?" Xia Dong wiped her sweat. She felt that something was wrong. It was as if her son was hinting at something. Xiao Bao shrugged and said nonchalantly, because I realized that I misunderstood him. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, I have no reason to hate him. I don't want, Xiao Guai pouted. Uncle Bailey isn't bad, but I like Uncle Shen more. I want Uncle Shen to be my daddy. Xiao Bao patted Xiao Guai's head. Gigai, don't forget that Bailey Han is our biological daddy. Although Uncle Shen is very good, don't you want to reunite with your brother Yi? Xiao Guai burst into tears. But what should I do? I really like Uncle Shen. Xiao Bao felt very guilty. He actually made his sister cry. He quickly jumped off the chair and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't cry, Gigai. Even if Uncle Shen isn't our daddy, he will still love us. Xiao Guai looked at him with tears in her eyes. Really? Little Treasure nodded heavily, of course it's true. Xiao Guai sobbed and hesitated for a long time. All right then. I also agree to Uncle Bailey being my daddy. The two little guys looked at Xia Dong together. Xia Dong took a tissue and wiped her daughter's tears, pretending not to see the desire in their eyes. Mommy, Xiao Bao hugged Xia Dong's arm and started to act cute. Can you and Daddy make up? Xia Dong was helpless. Baby, don't be like this. Bailey Han and I are very complicated. In short, we can't be together. Isn't it just the old madam? Just you wait. I have a way to make her agree. Xiao Bao patted his chest confidently. Xia Dong was speechless. She thought of something more important. Baby, Gigai, you must not let others know that you are Bailey Han's children. Do you understand? Xiao Guai pouted. Her eyes were wet and she looked pitiful. But I also want to be like other children and have mommy and daddy. Gigai, I'm sorry. Xia Dong hugged her, her heart aching. She didn't know how to explain. For the first time, she doubted her own idea of not getting married. Was she too selfish? Because she was timid and didn't dare to trust men, she deprived her children of the right to enjoy their father's love. Beauty novel, Xinwu 799. Chapter 179. Mom, just believe in Bailey Han. Oh, no, Daddy, just this once. I think Daddy is a good person. He won't lie to you. Xiao Bao's soft little body rubbed against her as she spoke up for Bailey Han. Sigh, it felt strange to call him Daddy for the first time. The children's tender voices hit her heart again and again. She gradually began to waver. Two little people appeared in her mind. One of them kept persuading her, believe in him. Believe in him. Give him a chance. The other little person retorted angrily, you can't believe in him. Men can't be trusted. They're all animals who think with their lower bodies. The little person from before disagreed. Bailey Han is different from those men. If he really only thinks with his lower body, he wouldn't have hit his head and bled from the aphrodisiac last time. Her rationality and indifference collapsed at this moment. She gritted her teeth and steeled her heart. She said, okay, I'll give him a chance. On the other side, Bailey Han was having dinner with Xiao Yi. He thought for a moment and probed, Xiao Yi, what do you think of Auntie Xia Dong? Xiao Yi puffed up her cheeks and thought for a moment. She said expressionlessly, not bad. Not bad? This answer was very general. Bailey Han frowned and asked again, then if your mommy was like Chief Editor Xia, would you like her? Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. Daddy, just say that you want to marry Auntie Xia Dong. Isn't that enough? Just take it as that's what I meant. Bailey Han was speechless. Was he being despised by his own son? Xiao Yi secretly curved her lips. I won't object. Actually, he had already heard from Xiao Bao that Daddy and Mommy had already registered their marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau. He was now a child with Mommy. No, he hadn't accepted that woman yet. Humph. Bailey Han finally shattered the stone in his heart. He coughed and said, actually, we have already registered our marriage. Xiao Yi looked indifferent. Oh, congratulations. How did his son become so indifferent? When he found out that he was going to marry Su Yunxian, he made a huge fuss. Bailey Han felt a chill run down his spine. He touched his forehead and asked worriedly, Xiao Yi, do you have a fever? Xiao Yi grinned, revealing her cute little white teeth. No, I'm fine. Bailey Han was still puzzled. He carefully observed his son and did not see any dissatisfaction. Instead, he looked very happy. When he went upstairs after dinner, he even hummed a little tune. Only then did he feel relieved. He truly believed that his son had accepted the fact that he was married to Xia Dong. At 9:00 in the evening, Bailey Han called. Once she decided to give him a chance, Xia Dong had a strange feeling in her heart when she was with him. For example, when he smiled, she could feel his smile even though she couldn't see his face. Her mood also became lighter. When he said that he missed her, her heart would race and she would involuntarily imagine his handsome face. God, was she going to fall so soon? Xia Dong patted his burning face. On the other end of the phone, Bailey Han heard a suspicious sound and asked, "What's wrong?" She laughed dryly. "I'm swatting mosquitoes." He chuckled and said, "I just told Xiao Yi about us." He paused abominably. Xia Dong couldn't help but feel nervous. She asked nervously, "Then, what did he say?" Xiao Yi hated her so much. He definitely wouldn't agree. He definitely wouldn't. Bailey Han chuckled softly. Xiao Yi said that he congratulated us. She couldn't believe it. Really? Really? He was in a good mood, but he was a little regretful that he couldn't see her expression at this moment. "I think that when we live together in the future, Xiao Yi might agree to call you mommy. He seems to like you a lot." Xia Dong's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She pinched the back of her hand. It hurt. She really wasn't dreaming. Xiao Yi was willing to accept her. However, before she could be happy for a minute, old Madame's cold and heartless face suddenly appeared in her mind, along with her cold ultimatum. She gripped the phone tightly and said in a nervous voice, "Bailey Han, do you really have a way to convince your family?" He chuckled softly. "Wifey, you have to believe in your husband's ability." She kicked her toes in a panic. Then, it's getting late. Hurry up and go to sleep." I am hanging up." "Don't hang up yet. I want to hear you call me." He lay down comfortably on the sofa and began the most boring conversation between a prostitute. "I don't want to." She sniffed her little nose arrogantly. He threatened, "If you don't call me, I'll punish you tomorrow." "You know what I mean by punishment." She was furious. "If you dare to punish me, we'll get a divorce." Bailey Han imagined her blushing face and was in such a good mood that he didn't know what to say. From time to time, he would let out a low chuckle. Xia Dong deeply felt that she had been mocked by him. She didn't even say goodnight and hung up the phone. Why did this man become so shameless after getting married? He was the legendary man who was cold on the outside but passionate on the inside. Xia Dong felt like she had jumped into a fire pit. Bailey Han wanted to investigate why Madame Gu's family members were so against Xia Dong. It would be useless to investigate from Madame Gu's side. He thought about it and called his most trusted subordinate in the Dragon Gang, Ahu. He asked Ahu to investigate Xia Dong's past and the feud between her and Bailey's family. He had actually suspected that he and Xia Dong knew each other 5 years ago. Perhaps, the results of the investigation could solve all the mysteries. He went to the hospital where Xiao Guai was hospitalized last time and said a lot of good things to the doctor. He also showed the doctor his marriage certificate with Xia Dong. Only then did the doctor tell him about Xiao Guai's illness. "Doctor, can Xiao Guai's illness be cured?" Bailey Han didn't expect Xiao Guai to have such a serious illness. He was worried and his heart ached for Xia Dong. "We can perform an umbilical cord blood transplant." Bailey Han's eyes were sharp. Then why don't we perform the surgery? We need your wife to give birth to a child with the same genes as Xiao Guai. We need to extract the newborn's umbilical cord blood and perform the transplant. Your wife is already pregnant. After she gives birth, we can perform the surgery. The doctor didn't understand why Bailey Han, as Xia Dong's husband, didn't know about the child's illness and his wife's pregnancy. However, he was curious at most and didn't dare to ask. Bailey Han's breathing stopped instantly. His deep eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. All the information intertwined in his mind. A child with the same genes, Xiao Guai's illness, and the remaining image of him and Xia Dong in his mind. All these things were mixed together and kept spinning in his mind. His hands and feet started to turn cold. All the blood in his body rushed to his head. His head suddenly hurt. He hugged his head and leaned back in his chair in pain. The doctor was shocked by his pale face. Mr. Bailey, are you okay? Bailey Han bit his lower lip tightly. He resisted the headache and couldn't say a word. Mr. Bailey? The doctor called twice, but he didn't respond. Just as he was about to call the nurse in, Bailey Han suddenly stood up and walked out of the door with a blank expression. He didn't know when the pain in his head subsided. Bailey Han didn't even know how he walked out of the doctor's office. He was like a walking corpse, sitting blankly in the corridor for a long, long time. In the end, he smashed his fist on the chair, stood up with a whoosh, and walked out in large strides. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura, and his pair of eyes that were as deep as a cold pond were bottomless, accumulating a turbulent storm. Xia Dong was teaching Xiao Guai how to draw when she suddenly heard the urgent sound of the doorbell. When she opened the door, Bailey Han was standing in front of her like a cold Satan. He exuded a terrifying aura and she couldn't help but take a step back. What happened? He stared at her. His gaze was as sharp as a knife and he couldn't wait to cut into her skin. What's the matter with you? Xia Dong felt her hair stand on end from his stare. She had a bad feeling. He glanced at Xiao Guai, who was sitting in the living room and staring at him curiously. He pursed his lips and said in a cold voice, "Go to your room. Gigai, go back to your room first. Mommy will teach you how to draw later." Xia Dong reminded him and followed Bailey Han into her room. Bailey Han, what's the matter with you? He was too scary when he didn't say a word. He stared at her with anger and pain in his eyes. Why did you lie to me? She gritted her teeth. Tell me clearly. When did I lie to you? He held her shoulders with both hands and his voice was as cold as ice. Xiao Guai's illness requires the blood of a child with the same genes. And you are pregnant with my child now. Xia Dong, do I need to say more? Xiao Guai and Xiao Bao are my children, aren't they? He almost shouted the last sentence. He had never been so angry or so pained before. She had actually lied to him. He had never expected that they would have such a past. He gripped her shoulders agitatedly. His hands were like iron claws, gripping her shoulders painfully. She didn't struggle or retort. The lie that she had covered up for so long was finally exposed. It was as if her soul had been sucked out of her and she had lost her luster and spirit. She grinned. You've already found out. That's good too. I don't want to hide it anymore. It's been so hard. Tell me, what happened back then? What was going on with little Wingzy? Why did you lie to me? Bailey Han was agitated. His questions bombarded her like a cannonball. She laughed hysterically until tears flowed out of her eyes. Okay, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Since she had been exposed, there was no need for her to hide it anymore. She told him everything about how she stole his seed, how she was framed and fled to Japan, how Xiao Guai was sick and had no choice but to return to China to seduce him. She told him everything. After telling him everything, her tears dried up and she was numb and expressionless. Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 180. Now you've seen my true colors. It's completely different from what you imagined, isn't it? Will you still love me? If the answer is no, let's get a divorce. His face was already ashen and his entire person was like a statue. Only the eerie coldness in his eyes made people feel that he was still alive. He pursed his thin lips tightly and didn't say a word. She smiled coldly and searched around the room expressionlessly. She found her identity card and household register. Let's go. We'll go through the divorce procedures now. She turned to leave, but he suddenly grabbed her arm from behind. She was caught off guard and fell into his embrace. His deep and cold voice was filled with anger. You heartless woman. Because of you, Xiao Yi lost 4 years of motherly love. Because of you, he was lonely for 4 years. Do you know that? I know, I know. I've let Xiao Yi down and I've let you down. So, Bailey Han, you see, I've already received my retribution. I abandoned my son and my daughter fell seriously ill. I had no choice but to come back. I abandoned my pride and abandoned myself. I humbly approached you and shamelessly seduced you. Tears streamed down her face. She was out of breath and choked with sobs. Damn it. He should hate her. Why did his heart feel like it was being cut by a knife when he heard her trampling on him with those words? Shut up. Don't say anything else. He fiercely punched the wall. The skin on the back of his hand was scraped and bleeding, but he didn't feel the pain because the pain in his heart had long suppressed the pain in his body. Bailey Han, your hand, she went forward, wanting to check the wound on his hand. Get lost. I don't want you to care about me. Bailey Han was like an angry lion. He slapped her right hand away and there was immediately a red mark on the back of her fair hand. He flew into a rage and his entire body was filled with cold anger. Like lightning, he rushed out of the room and slammed the door with a bang. Facing the empty room, Xia Dong slumped onto the sofa. The calmness that he had forced himself to maintain immediately collapsed, and tears streamed down his face. She knew that once the truth was exposed, he would mercilessly dump her. She was right. But why was she so sad? Why was her heart aching? Bailey Han's angry roar and the sound of the door slamming had already alerted the 2 children. Xiao Bao coaxed his sister back to her room and knocked on Xia Dong's door, calling out, Mommy, Mommy. Xia Dong wiped away the tears on her face and calmed herself down before opening the door. Mommy, did you guys fight? Xiao Bao's tender face was filled with worry. She bit her lip and squeezed out an ugly smile. No, we just have some disagreements. They were clearly quarreling, and their voices were very loud. Mommy had even cried, and her eyes were red. Xiao Bao's heart ached. Although she didn't know why they were quarreling, she still hated Bailey Han to the core. It was all his fault for making Mommy sad. She really didn't know if bringing them together was the right thing to do. Xiao Bao puffed up her cheeks and sighed silently. Mommy, have a good rest. I will take care of Gigai. Xiao Bao knew that she buried everything in her heart, so she didn't ask anymore. After returning to her room and thinking about it, she was still worried, so she called Yisiki and told him about it. Yisiki still didn't know that Xia Dong and Bailey Han had registered their marriage. When she heard Xiao Bao say this, she was so shocked that she jumped up from the sofa. She didn't have time to ask about the quarrel and rushed to Xia Dong's house with Nyonyo. Yisiki let Nyonyo play with Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai while she dragged Xia Dong into her room. Seeing that her eyes were red, she asked carefully, Xia, what happened? Did you and Bailey Han quarrel? Xia Dong didn't say a word, but her tears started falling. Yisiki suddenly panicked. She quickly hugged her shoulders and comforted her, Xia, don't cry. Did Bailey Han scold you? It's okay. You know that he has a bad temper. Please don't take it to heart. Xia Dong wiped her tears and choked out, Yezi, he knows. He knows everything. He must hate me to death now. Yisiki was shocked. She knew that the situation was serious. She sighed and said, Xia Xia, you should explain things clearly. When he understands your difficulties, I think he will forgive you. Even she herself felt that she didn't have enough confidence in the last sentence. Xia Dong cried until she was out of breath. He won't. He won't forgive me. He told me to get lost and not to care about him. She covered her mouth with her right hand and sobbed uncomfortably. Yisiki saw the red mark on the back of her hand and her eyes narrowed. What happened to your hand? Did he hit you? Xia Dong covered her mouth and didn't say a word. Yisiki's anger suddenly surged. She gritted her teeth and said, that damned bastard. How dare he hit a woman? I misjudged him. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have helped him in the first place. She was very upset. Xia Dong sobbed, Actually, he didn't do it on purpose, you're still speaking up for him. Yisiki was so angry that her teeth were about to shatter. She stood up and said angrily, You rest at home. I'll go look for him and make him give me an explanation. He hit his wife right after they got married. No matter how angry he was, he shouldn't have done such a thing. Was he still a man? Xia Dong hugged her arm and said, Yi, don't go. He told me not to care about him. I don't want to get close to him and humiliate myself again. She had wanted to give him a chance at the beginning. She had thought that she was crazy and had lost her mind. She would never get close to him and make him hate her again. After being stopped by her, Yisiki gradually calmed down. She held her arm and said, Let me apply the ointment for you first. Xia Dong's skin was sensitive to begin with. Even if she held her arm tightly, there would still be red marks on her wrist. Not to mention, Bailey Han's angry slap had caused the red marks to be blood red and a little swollen. After applying the ointment on the back of her hand, Xia Dong's emotions gradually calmed down. Yisiki patted her shoulder and said, Let's go. I'll take you out to have some fun and relax. Xia Dong smiled bitterly and said, What about the child? Are you stupid? Send him to your aunt's house and ask her to take care of him for a while. Forget it. I don't want to trouble my aunt. Yisiki stared at her and said, Then why are you sitting at home so sadly? What if the child finds out? Did you know? When Xiaobao called me just now, he was so worried that he was about to cry. Go out and relax. The sooner you recover, the better you'll be able to take care of the child. Xia Dong felt bad when she thought about how the children were worried about her. In the end, she agreed to Yisiki's suggestion. She put on some makeup to hide her red eyes, changed her clothes, and tidied her hair. The 2 adults and the 3 children drove to Xia Yun's house. After Gao Mingyuan went to work, Xia Yun was alone at home. She couldn't wait for the children to stay at home and accompany her every day. She happily welcomed the children into the house. Yizi, what are we going to do now? She had been taking care of the children all these years. Now that she was alone, she didn't know how to pass the time. Go shopping, go to the beauty salon, eat, watch movies, karaoke, go to the bar. There are so many choices. We can do them one by one. Yisiki hadn't gone out with her best friend for a long time. First, they went to the beauty salon for a spa. Then, they went shopping like crazy. They bought a bunch of things and piled them in the back seat of the car. If it weren't for the fact that Xia Dong was pregnant, the 2 of them would have continued shopping. In the evening, they found a very stylish Western restaurant. The 2 women had a romantic time together, which attracted the attention of many couples. They suspected that their relationship was unusual. After the 2 of them came out, they pointed at each other's noses and laughed heartily. It was as if they hadn't laughed so happily in a long time. Let's go. I'll take you to karaoke now. Yisiki patted her chest heroically and carried Xia Dong into a karaoke place in high spirits. The 2 women hugged each other's shoulders and roared out love songs one after another. The waiter who delivered the drinks couldn't help but look sideways. His hand even trembled when he put down the drinks. There were many opportunities to see comrades, but this was the first time he saw Les Lace. He was so excited. The two of them sang for more than an hour. When they were tired, they lay on the sofa and laughed foolishly. Yisiki went to the bathroom and came back to find Xia Dong curled up in the corner of the sofa, asleep. She shook her head with heartache. She was probably too tired. Yisiki nudged her shoulder. Xia, don't sleep. I'll take you home. Xia Dong rubbed her eyes in a daze. Her but leaned against the front passenger seat and she fell asleep again. Yisiki finally got her home. Then she called Bailey Han and asked him where he was. She wanted to see him. Charm Bar. Bailey Han's face was gloomy as he drank glass after glass of alcohol sullenly. Xiao Tianxing couldn't stand it anymore. He sat down beside him and snatched the glass from his hand. Han, what the hell happened? You're so cold that it's comparable to the Antarctic icebergs. Bailey Han glanced coldly at the glass in his hand. Give it to me. Stop drinking. If you keep drinking, I'm worried you'll have stomach bleeding. Xiao Tianxing rarely saw him drink so heavily. To be exact, this was the second time. The first time he drank so sullenly was 5 years ago, when Su Yunqian went to England. If he snatched his glass, he could just grab another one. Bailey Han stretched out his long arm and took an empty glass from the bar. He poured vodka into the glass and poured it into his mouth. Xiao Tianxing couldn't help but frown. If he continued drinking like this, he would collapse soon. Han. Xiao Tianxing patted him on the shoulder. Go away. Don't worry about me. Bailey Han swatted his arm away and downed another glass of wine. His gaze was as cold as a lake as he stared at him. I've always treated you as a friend, but I didn't expect that you would lie to me with them. Xiao Tianxing was shocked. Where did that come from? When have I ever lied to you? He sneered. Do you remember when I asked you if you knew Xia Dong? What did you say to Yun? You said that you and Xia Dong were old friends and that you pursued her. Why don't you say that we were old friends? Awesome novel, Hongcha 866. Chapter 181. Xiao Tianxing's cold gaze was like a nail that was ruthlessly hammered into his body. His forehead was covered in cold sweat as he stammered, Han, why you remember now? Bailey Han said coldly, even if I didn't remember, I already know the truth. Why did you hide it from me? Xiao Tianxing frowned miserably. He wanted to find an excuse, but couldn't come up with one at that moment. He was anxious. This, he stammered for a long time. Bailey Han didn't rush him. He just stared at him with a cold gaze, leaving him with nowhere to hide. God, when had he, Xiao Tianxing, ever been in such a sorry state? Just as Xiao Tianxing was complaining, a beautiful woman in a light yellow dress rushed over angrily. Without saying a word, she slapped Bailey Han across the face. What was going on? Not only was Bailey Han stunned, Xiao Tianxing was also stunned. Bailey Han was the first to react. He grabbed the woman's hand and said angrily, Yisiki, are you crazy? Yisiki said angrily, me, crazy? That slap was for Xia. Bailey Han, are you still a man? How dare you hit Xia? Bailey Han's anger was stuck in his throat. When did I hit her? If you didn't hit her, then what's with the bruise on the back of her hand? Something flashed past Bailey Han's mind, and his expression changed. That's right, she wanted to pull him back in the afternoon, but he flung her arm away. Guilt and heartache surged into his heart. He didn't do it on purpose. He was just angry and didn't know how to control his strength. Yisiki saw his expression and knew that he had remembered. She said coldly, you remember now. Bailey Han, I shouldn't have helped you back then. I thought you were true to Xia. I didn't expect you to hurt her like this. Even if Mika Kito is in the underworld, he didn't lay a finger on Xia Xia. Bailey Han was a proud son of God. When had he ever been lectured like this? He immediately pulled a long face, but he couldn't explain what had happened. He felt aggrieved. I was true to her. She was the one who lied to me first. I didn't hit her on purpose. Xiao Tianxing saw that they were at daggers drawn, so he quickly said, Miss Yi, right? You must be Xia Dong's good friend. Please don't misunderstand. Han really likes Xia Dong. He wouldn't hurt her on purpose. Yi Siki wasn't an unreasonable person. When she saw Bailey Han's guilty gaze, she knew that he didn't do it on purpose. However, she had already given him a slap just now, so she naturally had to put on airs. Otherwise, it would seem that she was being unreasonable. She snorted coldly. Bailey Han, you keep saying that Xia Dong lied to you. Do you know why she did that? Bailey Han's expression was cold as he waited for her answer. Your old lady used the lives of Xia Xia's aunt and uncle to threaten Xia Xia. She said that if she didn't give her the children, she would stab her in the back. How do you expect Xia Xia to choose? The old lady didn't know that Xia Xia was pregnant with 3 children. She took away the firstborn, Xiao Yi, and Xia Xia had a hard time keeping Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai. In order to save Xiao Guai, she had no choice but to return to China. She originally wanted to borrow your sperm to give birth to the children through IVF, but you lost your memory and didn't believe what she said. Think about it carefully. Is that true? Bailey Han's mind suddenly exploded, and many images flooded his mind. She did say that her daughter was sick and asked her to help her, but he thought she was lying and even said many outrageous things to humiliate her. Saving Xiao Guai was urgent, but Xia Xia couldn't gain your trust. Other than stealing your sperm, what else could she do? Actually, she was very conflicted and in pain. She hid what happened in the past because she didn't want to ruin your relationship with Su Yunqian. Yi Siki became more agitated as she spoke. Bailey Han, you still don't know, right? While she was trying to get close to you, your old lady kept giving her trouble and telling her to stay away from you. As a woman, do you know how much pressure she was under and how much humiliation she suffered? She practically shouted the last sentence at him. Her eyes were red as she raised her chin proudly to maintain her pride. It was as if by doing this, she could maintain Xia Dong's self-esteem. I've said everything that needs to be said. Don't think that other than you, no one else wants Xia Xia. Mika Keto has been pursuing her for 5 years. After saying this, Yi Siki proudly turned around and left the 2 men with her beautiful back view. Yi Siki was very agitated and hurried away. She didn't notice that there was a couple sitting in the corner of the bar. The man was her husband, Lin Shihao, and the woman was Bai Meiwei. Bai Meiwei seemed to be troubled by something as she drank until her eyes were hazy. Lin Shihao was trying to grab her glass and persuade her to drink less. Bailey Han was shocked by Yi Siki's words. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He clenched his fists tightly and his deep eyes were as dark as water. Xiao Tianxing couldn't help but exclaim, Yi Siki, although this woman is a little fierce, she's still quite interesting. She was willing to sacrifice herself for a friend. A hint of admiration rose in his eyes. He was still chattering when Bailey Han suddenly broke into a run. Han, where are you going? Xiao Tianxing quivered. He couldn't be going to look for Xia Dong, right? He hurriedly chased after him and shouted, You're drunk. You can't drive. Send me back. The cold-faced god finally rewarded him with 3 words. Yi Siki returned home. Her daughter, Nyo, had already been sent home by Xiaoyun. She was lying on the bed, asleep. Lin Shihao hadn't returned yet. She called him, but he only answered after a long time. His voice was very low. Honey, I'm working overtime tonight. You sleep first. Okay. Drive carefully. Yi Siki didn't suspect anything. She reminded him a few more times before hanging up. Lin Shihao turned his head to look at the drunk Bai Mei Wei in the front passenger seat. He sighed. He had actually lied to Siki. He had almost subconsciously lied. He comforted himself that he didn't want Siki to misunderstand. Bai Mei Wei was nestled in the seat. She wasn't sleeping very well. She frowned and murmured softly, "Senior. Senior." Lin Shihao rubbed his brows and leaned over to buckle her seatbelt. When he got up, she suddenly raised her head. The two of them bumped into each other, and their mouths touched. Her soft lips touched his. He got up in a panic, but she suddenly reached out and hugged his waist tightly. Her nimble tongue gently teased his lips. Hot and passionate breaths lingered between the two of them. He panted heavily and pushed her away forcefully. She opened her misty eyes. They were watery, and she looked very lovable. "Senior, I like you. I like you so much." Lin Shihao's heart thumped wildly in his chest. He straightened his body. "Mei Wei, you're drunk. I'll take you back." "I'm not drunk, I really like you." Bai Mei Wei was on the verge of tears, her pink lips slightly pouting. "It's because I like you that I messed up the blind date my daddy arranged, and that's why I was scolded by my daddy, so this was the reason why she was in a bad mood and dragged him to drink." Lin Shihao sighed. "Mei Wei, don't say any more. You're drunk." He would forget all these words. He couldn't betray his wife. He wanted to start the car, but Bai Mei Wei suddenly turned to the side and hugged his arm. She said pitifully, "Senior, I like you. I don't ask for status. I just want to be with you." "Mei Wei," Lin Shihao pushed her away with a headache. "I'll just take it that you're drunk. Don't say these words again. I won't betray my wife." Bai Mei Wei had only confessed under the guise of alcohol. Being rejected by him so harshly, she felt terrible and started to sob. He pulled out a tissue and handed it to her, but she didn't take it. She turned to face the window and cried quietly. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. She was young, beautiful, and capable. On the other hand, although Yisiki was very beautiful, she was obviously a haggard woman. What did she have that made Lin Shihao so devoted to her? The more Bai Mei Wei thought about it, the more indignant she felt. She gritted her teeth and swore to herself that she would capture Lin Shihao's heart. They sped all the way. Xiao Tianqing sent Bai Li Han to Xia Dong's apartment building. Bai Li Han was already a little drunk. When he got out of the car, he was already staggering. Xiao Tianqing wanted to help him, but he pushed him away. He frowned and said, "You go back. I'll go up myself." "All right then. Call me if you need anything." Xiao Tianqing knew his temper and didn't insist. Bai Li Han waved casually and turned to go upstairs. Xiao Tianqing didn't leave immediately. He sat in the driver's seat and watched him enter the building. Standing in front of Xia Dong's apartment building, Bai Li Han rubbed his eyebrows and tried to sober himself up. He pressed the doorbell. The doorbell rang for a long time, but no one answered. He got a little impatient and took out his cell phone to call Xia Dong. The phone rang for a long time, but still, no one answered. He supported himself with one hand against the wall and dialed again and again. Suddenly, the call went through. Xia Dong's groggy voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" Bai Li Han said calmly, "Your husband." Xia Dong was in a daze when she was woken up by the phone call. Her IQ was close to 0. She scratched her head and asked in confusion, "Which husband?" Bai Li Han immediately exploded. What did she mean by, which husband? How many husbands did she think she had? He shouted angrily, "Xia Dong, open the door." Xia Dong was finally woken up by his shout. She sniffled and said, "What are you doing here?" Bai Li Han's old face turned red. He was too embarrassed to admit that he felt sorry for her over the phone. He was here to apologize, which didn't match his brilliant image. He coughed and said, "Anyway, open the door first." She bit her lip and said, "Go back. I won't open the door." After saying this, she hung up the phone without hesitation. Soon, the phone rang again. When she saw that it was him, she hung up again. After hanging up twice in a row, she was annoyed. She turned off her phone and lay down to continue sleeping. Awesome novel, Songshu 566. Chapter 182. Bailey Han's anger was burning fiercely. That damned woman actually dared to hang up on him. He couldn't be bothered to press the doorbell anymore. He banged on the door loudly. As he banged on the door, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Xia Dong, open the door. I won't open it, I won't open it." When Xia Dong heard his roar, she felt even more uncomfortable. She wrapped her head tightly with the blanket and pretended not to hear anything. Xiao Bao was woken up by the noise. He jumped out of bed in a daze and ran to the door. Through the peephole, he saw Bailey Han slamming the door angrily. He was also angry and shouted angrily, "Bailey Han, why are you still looking for my mommy? Go away." Bailey Han stopped slamming the door and said, "Bao Bao, open the door for daddy." "Humph, you're not my daddy." How dare he bully his mommy? He didn't want to acknowledge him. Bailey Han was already drunk and had a terrible headache. He leaned against the wall and said, "Bao Bao, stop fooling around. I have something to say to your mommy. But my mommy doesn't want to see you." Xiao Bao was definitely on his mommy's side. Bailey Han decided to use force since the soft approach didn't work. He said fiercely, "Xiao Bao, I'm your daddy. Don't you want to be reunited with your family?" Xiao Bao snorted and said, "If you don't treat mommy well, I'd rather be like this." Bailey Han was helpless. He rubbed his eyebrows and said, "I won't do it again." "Xiao Bao, open the door. I'm drunk." He felt like a failure. In front of his son, he had completely lost his dignity as a father. Xiao Bao saw that his son's pained expression didn't seem fake. He hesitated for a moment before opening the door. Bailey Han walked in, his feet floating. Xiao Bao glared at him and said, "You're not allowed to bully my mommy again." Bailey Han patted his head. "Xiao Bao, call me daddy." "I don't want to. I haven't acknowledged you yet." Xiao Bao scowled and ran back to his room. Xia Dong did not hear a knock on the door for a long time. She poked her head out of the quilt and listened carefully. She still did not hear a sound. She was relieved but also a little disappointed. He must have gone back. After thinking about it, she was still a little worried. She took a shawl and put it on, intending to go out and take a look. Just as she opened the door, she bumped into a pair of dark and deep eyes. Bailey Han's tall and straight body was standing at the door of her room, his whole body exuding the smell of alcohol. She was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she quickly closed the door. However, her actions were still one step too slow. He held the door open with one hand. His handsome face was expressionless as he stared straight at her. His stare made her feel a little scared. She turned her face away. "Why are you here? Didn't I already make myself clear? If it's because of the divorce, I can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you tomorrow." Before she could finish speaking, he had already hugged her tightly. Bailey Han, who usually spoke in a cold voice, was guilty and helpless for the first time. He was simply like a rascal as he clung onto her tightly. "I'm not getting a divorce. I won't allow you to divorce me." His chest was broad and warm, and she could hear his heart beating very fast. She said indifferently, "You told me to scram, so I don't care about you. I'll just scram and never come back again." He lowered his head to look at her. Her eyes were lowered, her long eyelashes casting light shadows on her eyelids. Her whole body exuded a distant and indifferent aura. He panicked and his heart ached. He actually hurt her like that. "Wifey," I said it in a moment of anger. "Don't take it seriously." He hugged her very tightly, afraid that she would run away. When he wanted to coax her, she was his wifey. When he was angry, he told her to get lost. She no longer dared to trust him. Her eyes were covered with a layer of mist as she said softly, "Bailey Han, let's get a divorce. You see, I've done so many things to let you down. You can't forgive me. The gap between us is insurmountable. Rather than suffering in the future, it's better to end it early." He declared domineeringly, "I won't divorce you. Don't even think about it. You hate me, don't you?" "Yes, I hate you. I hate you for hiding so many things from me." He held her face and looked at her tear-filled eyes. He said emotionally, "But I hate you even more for not making things clear. You're clearly carrying so much pain. Why don't you let me bear it with you?" Did she think that by hiding it from him, he would be happy? No, he wouldn't. He would only feel regret because the woman he loved deeply still didn't trust him enough and didn't dare to open her heart to him. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and pushed his arm. "You go back first. Let me have some peace and quiet. You should think about it." She thought that he was drunk and said drunken words. Who knew, when she woke up tomorrow, he might tell her to get lost again. She was a timid person when it came to relationships. She didn't want to be hurt again when hope was rekindled. "I'm not leaving." How could he bear to let go of her warm and fragrant body? He was already drunk and groggy. He thought that he had explained it clearly, so he didn't force himself. He felt comfortable and relaxed. Xia Dong pushed him for a long time, but he didn't move. She looked up and saw that he had fallen asleep with her in his arms. She really wanted to leave him here, but she couldn't bear to do so. After dragging him to her bed with much difficulty, she found the clean pajamas that Mika Keto had left behind when she stayed here. After much effort, she helped him change into them and wiped him down with a towel. Xia Dong was so tired that she was panting. He was occupying her bed, so she had no choice but to move the foldable bed from the storage room over. After laying it down, she pulled out the pillow that she was used to sleeping on from under his head and stuffed a new pillow under his head. After tossing and turning, she could finally sleep. But she didn't feel sleepy anymore. Her eyes were full of energy as she looked at the moonlight outside the window. A lot of worries popped up in her head, but before she could sort them out, she heard Bailey Han calling her name in his drunken stupor. "Xia Xia. Xia Xia." Xia Dong originally wanted to ignore him, but when she heard his voice, it sounded like he was in more and more pain. She turned on the bedside lamp and found that his forehead was full of sweat. His brows were tightly knitted and his eyes were tightly shut. But his expression was panicked as if he was having a nightmare. She couldn't help but reach out and wipe the sweat off his forehead. She didn't know that at this moment, Bailey Han's mind was filled with fragmented images. One of the images was of him answering a phone call while driving. On the other end of the phone was Xia Dong's voice. She said that she was at the airport and that she was leaving. Bailey Han stepped on the accelerator in exasperation and collided with an oncoming truck. He sat up in bed, his chest heaving violently as he anxiously called out, "Xia Xia, Xia Xia." Xia Dong didn't expect him to sit up so suddenly and was shocked. His eyes were still closed, so he didn't seem to be awake. She couldn't help but crawl over and hug him. Patting his back, she said, "It's okay. I'm here." He hugged her instinctively and hugged her tightly. He muttered unconsciously, "Don't leave, don't leave." Tears fell without warning. She choked and hugged him tightly. "Okay, I won't leave again. I won't leave again." She patted his back and coaxed him gently as if she was coaxing a child. He finally lay down again after much difficulty. She wanted to pull away, but he hugged her tightly. In order not to wake him up, she could only follow his movements and lie down beside him. Turning sideways, she looked at his high nose bridge, exquisite facial features, and furrowed brows. She couldn't help but reach out to rub the creases between his eyebrows. Leaning against his firm and broad chest, she didn't know how much time had passed before she actually fell asleep. The next morning, Xia Dong opened her eyes. Her brain wasn't completely awake yet, but she still felt that something was wrong. Her back was leaning against a warm wall, and there was a large hand that was obviously a man's wrapped around her chest. She turned her head stiffly, and a handsome face suddenly entered her line of sight. Bailey Han woke up the moment she turned around. His pair of dark eyes had the typical confusion of the morning, but very quickly, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he hugged her even tighter. The problem was that one of his hands was on her chest. Thus, this first level of strength attacked her chest. Xia Dong glared at him fiercely and gritted her little white teeth. "Take your hand back." Bailey Han blinked innocently. "I was just casually putting it there." "What a soft touch." He couldn't help but rub it again. Xia Dong flew into a rage out of humiliation. She grabbed his naughty hand and threw it aside. She turned around to leave, but he stretched out his long arm and pulled her into his embrace. He leaned close to her ear and said in a husky voice, "Wifey, you slept with me last night. You have to be responsible for me." Xia Dong was furious. "Bailey Han, can you be any more shameless? You were the one who grabbed my hand last night and didn't let go. Also, you were drunk last night. I was kind enough to take you in. Since you're awake now, you can change your clothes and leave." He smirked and a mischievous smile flashed across his eyes. "Wifey, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Were you the one who changed my clothes?" She was furious. "Who else do you think would have done it?" She was exhausted just to change his clothes for him. He chuckled softly. "If that's the case, then you have to be responsible for me. You've even seen my body." Xia Dong was so angry that her words were stuck in her throat. After a long while, she squeezed out 2 words. "Shameless." He patted her head to soothe her. "So, we can't get a divorce because you have to be responsible for me." After all this time, he had been waiting for her. She stared into his eyes and said sternly, "Bailey Han, you were drunk last night, so you might not remember what I said. I'll say it again. Let's both be quiet and think about it. I've already thought it through. You lied to me and I hurt you. We're even now. So, wifey, let's live happily from now on." His heart still felt like it was being stabbed by a knife when he recalled the shameless words he had said to her before. Beauty novel, Hung Cha 866. Chapter 183. Xia Dong hung her head. "I don't know. Let me think about it." Bailey Han firmly held her shoulders and said domineeringly, "I won't give you another chance to escape. Do you know how heartbroken I was when you escaped 5 years ago?" Although it was just a memory fragment, he remembered how he felt at that time. You remember now?" He gritted his teeth. "Idiot, that's not the point. The point is that I won't let go again. If I give you time to think about it, you'll only run away more and more." He, Bailey Han, had created his own business empire without relying on his family's concealment. He could do whatever he wanted in the business world, but the only problem he couldn't solve was her problem. A sense of defeat arose spontaneously, but more than that, he became braver and braver as he moved forward courageously. She bit her lip and kicked her toes, not daring to look him in the eye. He hugged her tightly in his arms and sighed silently. "You coward. What am I going to do with you?" She hung her head and remained silent. He rubbed his chin against her soft hair and whispered, Xia, I regret not investigating your background earlier. That way, you wouldn't have been alone for so long." Tears welled up in her eyes. "You must have suffered a lot in the past few years, taking care of Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai by yourself, right?" He kissed her hair lovingly. There were tears in his eyes, and his voice was low and hoarse. "Wifey, I'm sorry that I only found you now." A drop of cold tear fell on her head. Although she couldn't see it, she felt it. She slowly reached out and hugged his waist. His heart was as soft as the sea. He gently caressed her abdomen and whispered, "Wifey, as long as you're back, it's okay if you don't dare to love me. You just have to stay where you are and wait for me to love you. She could no longer hold back her tears. After a long time, she said in a nasal voice, I'm very timid. I won't take that step easily, but once I do, I'll do it without hesitation. Even if the whole world opposes us, I won't back down. However, if you dare to betray me, I will immediately take the children and disappear without a trace, never to appear again. He held her face in his hands and looked into her tear-filled eyes. He said firmly and seriously, Xia Dong, from now on, I will only love you. I will spoil you and love you. I will not lie to you. In my heart, you are the only one. Will you marry me? She smiled tearfully. Aren't we already married? He said helplessly, can you not be such a killjoy? I'm proposing. Their marriage would require no less than the necessary procedures. She felt wronged. But I didn't see the ring. Young Master Bailey, who had always been full of confidence and high spirits, blushed. Because they were in a hurry to get married, the ring that he had ordered in France hadn't been delivered yet. Bailey Han was too embarrassed to look into her big, pitiful eyes. His face turned even redder, almost turning purple. He said stiffly, I'll get the ring, but you have to agree to my proposal first. Xia Dong glared at him. Are you ordering me? The wise and steady young master actually froze. He coughed and said dryly, whether you agree or not, I'm already your man. Xia Dong suddenly realized that this man's awkward expression was very amusing. Her mood suddenly brightened and she said with a grin, without the ring, I won't agree to your proposal. He frowned. Who said that there isn't a ring? It's just that it hasn't been delivered yet. Did he look like the kind of person who would be so stingy as to skip the proposal ring? She held back her laughter and pretended to be serious as she said, oh, then when the ring arrives, you can propose again. If I'm in a good mood, I'll consider marrying you. He caught the flash of amusement in her eyes and angrily grabbed her slender waist. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Wifey, are you making fun of me? She patted his clothes kindly. You're so wise and mighty. How would I dare to make fun of you? I'm just following my heart. No one said that I have to agree to your proposal. Don't you think so? The corners of her lips turned up high and she looked like she was in a good mood. His lips turned up as well and he stroked her hair. As long as you're happy. He raised his eyebrows and smirked. Anyway, legally speaking, we're already husband and wife. Even if you don't agree to my proposal, it doesn't matter. Xia Dong snorted. Being forced to get married by him was a stain on her life, wasn't it? Don't you have to go to the office? This man stayed at home to eat breakfast, and then hugged Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai in his arms. He actually told them a story, and the two little fellows listened with great interest. What was going on with this scene of a loving father and filial son, and a happy and harmonious scene? Xia Dong felt sad. Bailey Han stroked the two little heads and said with a smile, your mommy is jealous. Hey, how am I jealous? Since you're not jealous, why can't you wait to chase me out of the house? He smiled mischievously. The words, I'm very unhappy. My children have been snatched away, were clearly written on her delicate face. She puffed up her cheeks and glared at him. If you don't go to work, how are you going to feed us? Don't worry. Even if I don't go to the office, I can still feed you and the children. His eyes were full of smiles. How could she be so cute? Even her angry expression was cute. Hey, eldest young master, you've been deeply poisoned. So, you're really not going to the office today? She was still not used to her married status and didn't want to spend too much time with him. It was very awkward. Bailey Han said matter-of-factly, yeah, I'll be at home with you and the children today. Xia Dong rolled her eyes and asked, then what about Xiao Yi? You should go back and accompany Xiao Yi. He smiled meaningfully. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements. 3 hours later, Xia Dong finally understood what he meant when he said he would make the arrangements. The driver, Uncle Wang, carried 2 large suitcases and appeared in front of Xia Dong's house with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, you're here. Xia Dong greeted him nervously. He didn't expect him to answer, but he didn't expect him to curl his lips and reply with a clear Xia Dong's heart was as sweet as honey. Just as Bailey Han said, Xiao Yi was starting to accept her. She smiled and invited Uncle Wang and Xiao Yi in. She asked curiously, Uncle Wang, what's in those 2 large suitcases? Uncle Wang wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled honestly. Madam, these are eldest young master and little young master's daily necessities and some clothes. Huh? Xia Dong froze. Uncle Wang laughed heartily. Madam, where are eldest young master and little young master's rooms? I'll bring the luggage in. Xia Dong, who had been stunned for nearly a minute, suddenly stopped Uncle Wang. She glared sharply at Bailey Han with her beautiful eyes. Bailey Han, what's the meaning of this? Bailey Han put Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai down and waved at Xiao Yi. The father and son stood together and smiled innocently. We're a family. Of course we have to stay together. Stay. Here. Come. Up. Xia Dong was furious, but she didn't flare up in front of Uncle Wang and the children. She suppressed her anger and stared at Bailey Han expressionlessly. Come with me to the room. Uncle Wang, you should rest first. After returning to the room, Xia Dong immediately flew into a rage. Bailey Han, did you forget what you promised my aunt? You couldn't announce our marriage to the public and we couldn't stay together. But now. Uncle Wang called me madam, and you brought the luggage here without asking for permission. What do you want? Shoo, don't be agitated. It's not good for the baby in your stomach to be agitated. Bailey Han held her waist and made her sit on the sofa. Only the people in the villa know about our marriage. They are all people I trust. I just want them to know that you're the mistress of the villa. Xia Dong's anger subsided under his gentle soothing voice. She snorted. Then how are you going to explain living together? He hugged her and said gently, we're a family. We've been separated for so long. Shouldn't we be reunited? He tempted her. Don't you want to live with Xiao Yi? Her heart softened, but she couldn't forget what old madam had said. She sighed and said, Han, there's something I need to confess to you. She looked serious. His heart tightened. What is it? Yesterday, old madam came to me and gave me an ultimatum. If I continue to be entangled with you and meet Xiao Yi again, she will strip Xiao Yi of her inheritance rights and send Xiao Yi to England. She will never let us meet again. She also said that I have to marry brother Shen within a month. She didn't mean to sow discord between him and old madam. She just wanted to make things clear and let him know the seriousness of the matter. Bailey Han frowned. He didn't expect Grandma to use Xiao Yi to threaten him. He couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he had caught her and brought her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage. Otherwise, she would have become Mika Kito's woman. He hugged her tightly. His dark eyes were as deep as the sea. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll solve it. His chest was so broad that she couldn't help but lean against it. The future made her panic, but with him by her side, her heart miraculously calmed down. She smiled. I still can't agree to you living here. You promised Aunt that we can only live together after you've solved all the problems in 2 months. He raised his eyebrows. Who said we're living together? I'll sleep on the sofa in the living room and you'll sleep in the bedroom. We're obviously far apart. She glared at him. You're changing the concept. He stroked her head and smiled good-naturedly. You're willing to do anything to woo your wife. Welfare, Songshu 566. Chapter 184. The corners of Xia Dong's mouth twitched. He softened his tone and looked at her pitifully. Wifey, we've already brought our luggage over. Do you have the heart to chase us out? Chase us out. What a serious word. Why did Xia Dong feel guilty? She tried to find other reasons to make him back off. Han, my place is very cramped. I don't have any extra rooms. He had already planned it out. It's not cramped at all. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao can share a room. I'll sleep in the living room. Don't you think that's just right? What's so great about it? The corners of her mouth twitched and she looked at him suspiciously. You're really willing to sleep in the living room? She had seen his king-sized bed before. Would he be willing to abandon his luxury and live in her small home? He looked at her meaningfully and smiled. I've even slept in a cave on a deserted island. Why would I mind sleeping in the living room? Xia Dong's mind instantly flashed with the scene of them being brought to the deserted island by Xiao Bao. Wifey, what other reasons do you have to object to? Tell me. Xia Dong rubbed her eyebrows. Actually, the biggest reason was old madam. However, since he said that he would solve it, she would believe him. He lowered his head and moved closer to her. So, can I stay here now? Xia Dong was defeated by him and nodded dejectedly. But I'm warning you. You're not allowed to enter my room. If Aunt finds out, you'll have to explain yourself. Yes, my dear wifey. He smiled and kissed her cheek. Just like that, Bailey Han shamelessly stayed there. His huge suitcase was stuffed to the brim. Other than a change of underwear, he didn't have many jackets. The only thing that occupied the space was a pile of books. Xia Dong picked one up, and the corner of her mouth twitched. How to be a good father. She picked up another one, Sears Maternity Encyclopedia. She picked up another one, 280 Prenatal Education. She flipped through them again and again. They were all about pregnant women and their parents. When she picked up the last one, she almost vomited blood. The title was actually, Encyclopedia of Women's Lives. Just how much does this guy want to know about women? She took a step back and distanced herself from him. She looked him up and down with a strange expression, her eyes revealing her suspicion of him. Bailey Han coughed awkwardly. He just wanted to know more about her and the baby in her belly. He had already missed the triplets' pregnancy, and he didn't want to miss this baby's pregnancy. The more he knew, the better he could take care of them. She put his clothes in her wardrobe and looked at their clothes hanging side by side. It was a strange feeling, as if he had slowly become part of her life. His toiletries were also placed in the bathroom. He even deliberately put their toothbrushes together, with their toothbrushes facing the same direction. Their towels were also placed at the same level, and their skincare products were placed next to hers. He spared no effort to show his presence and invade her space. At first, she wasn't used to it, but after looking at it for a long time, she began to feel that the scene was very harmonious. In the afternoon, his assistant, Lu Ziheo, came by with a stack of documents and a small box. Of course, Xia Dong didn't see anything. In the evening, Bailey Han took her and the children out for dinner. They found a restaurant with a good environment. When they arrived at the reserved room, Bailey Han didn't order for a long time. Xia Dong was curious, so he explained that there were guests coming. After waiting for a few more minutes, Xia Yun and Gao Mingyuan walked in under the guidance of the waiter. Bailey Han invited Xia Dong and Gao Mingyuan to order. The couple ordered a few dishes and said that it was enough. Bailey Han then ordered a few dishes that Xia Dong and the children liked to eat, then returned the menu to the waiter. After the dishes were all served, Bailey Han personally poured tea for Xia Dong and Gao Mingyuan. He stood up, raised his cup with both hands, and said politely, "Aunt, Uncle, I know that you two can't drink, so today, I'd like to propose a toast to you two. Thank you for all the hardships you've put in to raise Xia Dong, and thank you for all the care and love you've shown her all these years. You two treat Xia Dong like your own daughter, so I'm also your son-in-law. If I treat Xia Dong badly in the future, you don't have to be polite. Feel free to hit or scold me." Xia Dong didn't expect Bailey Han to say such words. She was happy and touched that he respected her family. Xia Yun originally gave Bailey Han 2 months of probation because she didn't completely trust him. She didn't expect him to be so sincere. He directly lowered his status and attitude in front of the old couple. She didn't want to make things difficult for him, so she reminded him to treat Xia Dong and the children well. Then, she drank the cup of tea. Gao Mingyuan thought further than Xia Yun. He casually mentioned Bailey's family, and Bailey Han immediately promised that he would persuade his family. Only then did Gao Mingyuan drink the cup of tea with satisfaction. After this meal, Xia Yun and her husband had a better impression of Bailey Han. They thought that he was a young master of a big family and didn't know how to take care of people. They didn't expect him to take care of everyone so well. One moment, he was boning fish for Xiao Bao, the next moment, he was pouring drinks for Xiao Guai, and the next moment, he was pouring soup for Xia Dong. From time to time, he even poured tea for the old couple. Although he was busy, his movements were very elegant. His every movement showed that he was well educated. Xia Yun and her husband secretly nodded. After the meal, Bailey Han invited Xia Yun and her husband to the side hall to rest. The side hall was beautifully decorated. It was filled with flowers and balloons. On the floor, there was a big heart shape made of red roses. The elegant sound of a violin came from somewhere. In front of his family, Bailey Han knelt on one knee in the heart-shaped rose. The 3 children excitedly huddled together. Daddy was asking for their hand in marriage. He was asking for their hand in marriage. Xia Dong was stunned. He, Bailey Han, was a high-spirited young master of a rich family. He was the CEO of a corporation. She really didn't expect him to kneel down and propose to her. She was at a loss as she watched him take out a red velvet box from his jacket pocket. When he opened it, a diamond-studded ring lay in the box. It shone charmingly under the light. Bailey Han looked into her eyes and said seriously, Xia Dong, Bailey Han, will never propose to another woman in my life. He promised that in this life, he would only love her. From the time he treated her family to dinner without telling her, until now, when he proposed to her in front of her family, the emotions he brought to her continued to escalate. She bit her lip as tears glistened in her eyes. Mommy, marry Daddy, marry Daddy. Xiao Guai's tender voice sounded. Mom, don't hesitate anymore. Xiao Bao also encouraged her. The LCD wall-mounted TV in front of Xia Dong suddenly turned on. A line of words slowly appeared on the screen. Wifey, will you marry me? I will protect you for the rest of my life. I love your hubby. This man was cold on the outside but passionate on the inside. Xia Dong covered her mouth as tears flowed down her face. She walked to his side and stretched out her finger. She smiled with tears in her eyes. Hubby, help me put the ring on. Okay. Bailey Han's eyes were full of smiles as he carefully put the ring on her finger. The two hugged each other tightly. Xia Yun couldn't help but wipe her tears. She really hoped that Bailey Han could solve all the problems so that their family of 5 could reunite sooner. On the way home, Xia Dong sat in the front passenger seat with Xiao Guai in her arms. Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi sat in the back. Probably because they were tired from playing, the children closed their eyes and took a nap. Xiao Guai fell asleep immediately. Xia Dong lowered her voice and said, I didn't expect you to be so romantic. You actually know how to get down on one knee and propose. She thought that at most, he would put the ring on her finger when they were alone and threaten her with a few domineering words, and that would be it. Eldest young Master Bailey, you've traumatized her by forcing her into a marriage. Bailey Han's mouth twitched. He said calmly, the Encyclopedia of Women's Lives tells me that women are creatures who like romance. Xia Dong's face darkened. He was indeed a man who was outwardly passionate. His words exposed his true nature. The car didn't drive to the neighborhood. Instead, it turned onto another road. Xia Dong hurriedly said, we're going the wrong way. Take that way home. He chuckled. You're not going the wrong way. I'll take you to a place. The car stopped at the beach. Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi in the back seat woke up. However, when they leaned against the window, they immediately understood that their father wanted to be romantic. They simply closed their eyes and continued to pretend to be asleep. Xia Dong carefully placed her daughter on the seat and covered her with a blanket before following Bailey Han out of the car. The sky was filled with stars. On the dark beach, the waves crashed against the sand, making crashing sounds. The sea breeze carried with it moist water vapor. It was a little cold. Xia Dong hugged her shoulders. Bailey Han took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Just stand here. I'll be back soon. He ran to a spot about 10 meters away from the beach. With the help of the searchlight, Xia Dong saw that there were a bunch of rod-like things stuck in the ground in front of him. She saw him bending over and fiddling with them for a while. The thin fuse was ignited. It sizzled as it burned, and then it made a few loud popping sounds. Like pearls rising into the sky, they bloomed brilliantly. The fireworks lit up the sky. The fireworks were dazzling and dazzling. After lighting all the fireworks, he ran to her side and held her shoulders. They looked at the bustling night scene together. The last firework formed the English word, love, in the sky. She lay on his chest and giggled. It's so old-fashioned. It's actually an English word. You have to pay the price for mocking me. His mesmerizing eyes stared at her lips with evil intentions. He lowered his head and moved closer to her. Just as he was about to kiss her, he suddenly heard the whispers of the two little rascals behind him. Xiao Bao's voice was heard. Xiao Yi, father's fireworks are so old-fashioned. Xiao Yi sighed. Xiao Bao, it's all my fault. I should have checked in advance. Xiao Bao clasped his hands. Ai, Xiao Yi, we're so pitiful to have such a father. Welfare, Hengcha 866. Chapter 185. Xiao Yi patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Bao, we can't dampen daddy's enthusiasm, even though romance also depends on talent. Xia Dong couldn't help but laugh. Bailey Han's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What was going on now? Was he being despised by his wife and children? Clearly, the romance novels told him that setting off fireworks was a very romantic thing. The two little rascals were deliberately causing trouble. Bailey Han was very dissatisfied and was very annoyed. Xiao Bao stuck out his tongue. Xiao Yi, daddy is angry. Let's hurry back to the car and give them some private space. Xiao Yi nodded seriously. You're right. We can't be third wheels. Bailey Han's whole body was emitting cold air as he bared his teeth at the two little rascals. You've been third wheels for a long time, okay? The two little rascals covered their mouths and snickered as they ran back to the car. Xia Dong held his hand and laughed softly. Don't be angry. The fireworks are very beautiful. Bailey Han's bellyful of anger instantly dissipated without a trace. He hugged her waist. After the proposal, I forgot something. What is it? He said seriously, kiss you. Actually, he was embarrassed in front of the child, aunt, and uncle. She blushed. Fortunately, it was night time and he couldn't see clearly. She tilted her head slightly and closed her eyes. She used her actions to express her wishes. His eyes were full of smiles as he lowered his head and finally kissed her lips as he wished. Unfortunately, he didn't taste it for long because the three little rascals were waiting for them in the car. When they returned to the car, Xiao Guai was already awake and giggling while hugging the blanket. Xia Dong carried her daughter and pinched her soft cheeks. Gigai, what are you giggling about? Xiao Guai pointed at the beach outside the window. The fireworks are so beautiful. Our daughter knows what's good for her. Bailey Han patted Xiao Guai's little head. Honey, buckle up. I'm going to drive. When they returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock. Xia Dong took her daughter to the master bathroom to take a bath, while Bailey Han took his two sons to the bathroom outside. The three of them soaked in the bathtub together as Bailey Han rubbed the backs of the little rascals. The scene was very heartwarming. Xiao Yi felt that it was very novel. In the villa, she had never taken a bath with Daddy before. After Xia Dong and Xiao Guai finished showering, Xia Dong hugged her daughter and sat on the sofa, using a soft towel to wipe her hair. Every time she wiped her daughter's hair, she would feel a sharp pain in her heart when she saw tufts of hair falling off. Tonight was no exception. Although her movements were extremely gentle, a lot of hair still fell off. Suddenly, she heard Bailey Han's voice from the bathroom. "Wifey, help us get our clothes." "Oh, okay. Wait a minute." Xia Dong put down the towel and carried her daughter to the side. She went back to the room to find Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi's clothes. Then, she took Bailey Han's clothes from the closet and carried them to the bathroom door. She gently knocked on the door. "I'll put the clothes on the chair by the door." Just as she was about to pull a chair over, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Bailey Han was bare-chested with a towel wrapped around his waist as he stood in front of her just like that. She averted her gaze, not daring to look at him, and handed the clothes over. When the three of them were dressed and came out of the bathroom, Xiao Guai had already fallen asleep in her arms. Her body seemed to be getting worse. She was easily tired and sleepy. Xia Dong was very worried. She put her daughter back on the bed and carefully covered her with the blanket. When she got up, she saw Bailey Han standing at the door. His hair was still a little wet and his expression was a little serious. When she came closer, he said in a low voice, "Gigai's body is very weak. It's better to send her to the hospital as soon as possible." Xia Dong rubbed her eyebrows. "I plan to send Xiao Guai to the hospital after Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao start school. Then, I'll have more time to take care of her." There were still a few days before the kindergarten started school. Bailey Han put his arm around her shoulder and returned to her room. "You don't have to work so hard. Don't forget that you still have me. Honey, you have to learn to rely on your man." He stroked her long hair. The fragrance of her hair softened his heart. He said gently, "In the future, leave the matter of picking up the children to me. Xiao Guai will be taken care of by a professional nurse. You can rest at ease and take care of the baby. When the baby is born, Xiao Guai will also get better." She let him hold her in his arms and murmured, "So there was such a person. Even if you didn't do anything, you would feel like you had the whole world in your arms." The emptiness in his heart was filled by her. The room was very quiet. Only the ticking of the clock could be heard. Xia Dong gradually felt sleepy. She pushed him in a daze. "Han, I'm sleepy. Go to sleep if you're sleepy." He carried her up and placed her on the bed. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "Good night, honey." She was really too tired. She didn't even open her eyes. She murmured, He pinched her delicate little nose. His lips curved into a doting smile as he said softly, "Little lazy kitten." Xia Dong had already laid out the foldable bed in the living room for him. It wasn't very comfortable for him to sleep on it with his height of more than 1.8 meters. It was a little restrictive. Her sweet smiling face kept flashing in his mind. He couldn't stop thinking about the comfortable feeling of her lying in his arms. Moreover, she was less than 10 meters away from him. After tossing and turning for more than an hour, the hour hand pointed to 12. He still didn't feel sleepy. In the end, he couldn't control himself and sneaked into her room quietly. He quietly lifted the blanket and laid down beside her. He gently pulled her into his embrace, and with her soft and fragrant body pressed against his chest, his entire body felt comfortable, and he began to feel sleepy. Early the next morning, Bailey Han woke up. Xia Dong was lying in the crook of his arm. She was still fast asleep. Her hands were tightly clutching the clothes on his chest. The right shoulder strap of her spaghetti strap had slipped below her shoulder. Because she was curled up on her side, half of her soft peaks were exposed. There was also a deep cleavage that was faintly discernible. He suddenly felt a little thirsty. All the blood in his body rushed to his abdomen. He immediately had a reaction. It was a normal physiological reaction that men would have in the morning. His pants were a little tight. Sadly, Xia Dong woke up at this moment. She stared blankly at the handsome face in front of her. She was still a little confused. "Ah Han, why are you on my bed?" Bailey Han quietly retreated a little. He lied without blushing or skipping a beat. "Honey, you fell asleep last night. I carried you to the bed and then you held my hand and wouldn't let go." Xia Dong's eyes widened. She actually did such a thing. He coughed and unkindly pushed all the blame to her. "I admit that I didn't have enough self-control. I couldn't resist your seduction and climbed into your bed. But don't worry, we were just sleeping. We didn't do anything else." Xia Dong didn't doubt his words at all. She really thought that she had raped him. She scratched her messy hair in annoyance. "Forget about what happened last night. I won't do it again." This action of hers exposed even more of her chest. His burning gaze fell on her chest. She followed his gaze and immediately pulled the blanket over her chest. She said exasperatedly, You should leave now." He wanted to leave too, but now, his pants were even tighter. He deliberately dawdled to stall for time. He tried hard to suppress the heat in his heart, but that part of him was still sticking up disobediently. "Hurry up and get off the bed. I want to change." Xia Dong was already embarrassed. Seeing him dawdling, she angrily pulled the blanket over him. Suddenly, his erect part of him barged into her line of sight. She saw that his pants were pushed up high. Her face was so red that it was about to bleed. She hugged the blanket and curled into a ball. She said softly, I'll lend you the bathroom." Bailey Han's face darkened. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Seeing her shy look, he couldn't help but tease her. He deliberately moved closer and blew hot air into her ear. "You were the one who did that to me last night. Shouldn't you be responsible for taking it down?" Xia Dong was embarrassed by his words. She felt even more that it was her fault. She stuttered, Then I'll use my hands, to help you." Bailey Han's face darkened. "Where did you learn those things?" She whimpered, "From the calcium tablets in Japan." She had crazily taken remedial lessons in order to seduce him back then. "You're not allowed to look at those things in the future." Bailey Han's face reddened. He coughed and bit her ear. "If you want to look at them, I have to look at them with you." Bailey Han was satisfied to see her trembling all over. His wife was so cute when she was shy. She turned her face away, which was as red as an apple. She looked at him in disdain. "Pervert," he happily pulled her cheek and kissed her lips. "Then I'll only be lustful to you." "Go away." Xia Dong covered her head with the blanket. She really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Bailey Han pulled the blanket over her head, open a crack to prevent her from suffocating herself. He laughed softly. "I'll go out now." He was worried that if he didn't go out now, she would suffocate under the blanket. What a shy little thing, he couldn't be lazy anymore today. He had a meeting with the board of directors in the afternoon. After breakfast, he changed his clothes and walked out of the room with his briefcase. He was wearing a black suit and a white shirt. The simple style made him look elegant and handsome. He had a high nose bridge and a slightly hooked nose, adding a bit of coldness to his handsome face. His eyes were deep and wise. The morning sun shone through the window and shone on his body, softening the cold lines on his face. He looked at her with a smile on his lips. "Wifey, help me with my tie." Ad, Shinwoo 799. Chapter 186. Xia Dong smiled and took the tie from his hands. He leaned over and their faces were so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Her slender and beautiful fingers deftly flipped over his chest. Bailey Han looked at the serious woman in front of him and the smile in his eyes became even brighter. He quickly lowered his head and kissed her cheek. She lowered her head guiltily. The children were still in the living room. "Honey, I'm leaving." Bailey Han stroked her hair and looked up to wave to the three little guys in the living room. "Babies, Daddy is going to the company. Gigai, stay at home and listen to Mommy." "Got it, Daddy. If you don't leave now, you'll be late." Xiao Bao smiled mischievously. "Aya, you're stupid. Daddy is the big boss. No one will ever say that he's late." Xiao Yi curled her lips. "Wow, Daddy is so awesome." Xiao Guai's eyes sparkled. Bailey Han laughed. It felt so good to have a wife and children. After he went to the company, Xia Dong took care of the children at home. As school was about to start, she urged Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao to take out the summer homework left by the teacher. She wanted to check on the completion of the homework. Xiao Yi's homework was very neat and tidy. Her handwriting was also very beautiful. She did all the math correctly and didn't make any mistakes in her foreign language. The language teacher only left a few weekly notes and an essay. The essay's title was, "My Mother and Me." Xia Dong wanted to see the essay's content, but Xiao Yi snatched the homework from her hands with an unnatural blush on his little face. He raised his chin. "You can't invade my privacy." Xia Dong raised her eyebrows in amusement. "I just want to see if your essay is good." "Humph, you can't see it anyway." He used so many words of praise in his essay. If she saw it, it would be embarrassing. She stroked his head. "All right, I won't see it." What a pity. Although Xiao Yi didn't reject her, he refused to call her mommy. She really wanted to know how he would talk about her in his essay. Xiao Bao's homework was a mess because he hadn't done it yet. Xia Dong rubbed her forehead. "Xiao Bao, school starts the day after tomorrow and you haven't done your homework yet. What's the meaning of this?" Xiao Bao shrugged indifferently and glanced at Xiao Yi's neat pile of homework. He said disdainfully, "Those things are nothing to me. I can finish them in the afternoon." "All right, you can start now. I'll check your progress tonight. If you can't finish it, I'll make fun of you for a month in the name of boasting." Xia Dong held his young shoulders and pressed him in front of the desk. "Don't worry, I'll start now. Don't disturb me here, okay?" The little guy had a terrible temper. In the afternoon, the driver, Uncle Wang, came with 2 large suitcases. One was filled with Xiao Yi's clothes and the other was, of course, Bailey Han's. Xia Dong took out their clothes from the suitcases and arranged them in the closet. It was already past 4 o'clock. She washed her hands and went to the kitchen to make some simple and delicious purple potato balls. She called the 3 children to the dining room to eat. Everyone was given a small portion to prevent them from being too full and refusing to eat dinner. After tea time, Xiao Bao returned to his room to continue working on his summer homework. Xiao Yi sat on the carpet with his little notebook and was fiddling with something. Xiao Guai lay beside him and watched, letting out a crisp laugh. "Brother Yi, this is so fun." Xia Dong couldn't help but look up at the laptop screen. It turned out that he was playing a game. "Gigai, do you want to play? I'll teach you." Xiao Yi now enjoyed the feeling of having siblings. "Okay, Brother Yi. How about this?" The 2 little guys leaned their heads against each other, whispering and laughing from time to time. The atmosphere was very warm and happy. However, they didn't know that a crisis was slowly approaching them. Hospital. It was past 9 o'clock at night and Su Xingchen was the only one left in the VIP ward. She was playing with her laptop out of boredom. Her face had gone through a second plastic surgery and the gauze on her face hadn't been removed. Under the light from the laptop screen, she looked a little creepy. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She thought it was the nurse, so she didn't raise her head and said impatiently, "Come in." She heard the crisp sound of footsteps and saw a tall figure standing in front of her bed. Su Xingchen felt that something was wrong. She raised her head and her eyes were filled with surprise. "Godfather, you've finally come to see me." The person who came was her godfather. He was wearing a black trench coat and looked to be in his 40s, much younger than his actual age. He had a handsome face and there was a sense of calmness and experience between his brows. In his deep eyes, there was an imperceptible shrewdness. The corner of his lips hooked up and his smile was very gentle. "Baby, your mommy-daddy is watching over you in the hospital every day. It's not convenient for me to come and see you." "I know, Godfather. I don't blame you." Su Xingchen touched her face that was wrapped in gauze and said self-deprecatingly, "I've become ugly now. I'm worried that I'll scare you." Her godfather sat by her bed and put his arm around her shoulders. "Baby, don't talk nonsense. No matter what you become, Godfather won't be scared." "Then, Godfather, will you still love me?" She looked at him carefully. "Of course I will." "Silly girl, don't forget that I'm your godfather." Her godfather rubbed her hair lovingly. He paused and asked in a low voice, "I had someone send you the antidote. Is it useful?" Su Xingchen nodded. "It's quite useful. When my drug addiction kicks in, it's not that painful anymore." A few days after she was disfigured and hospitalized, her godfather secretly sent someone to send her a bottle of antidote. He said that it could suppress the drug addiction in her body and let her take it when the drug addiction kicks in. "That's good. Baby, don't worry. Godfather won't let those who hurt you off." Her godfather's sharp eyes hid a cold murderous aura. "And, I believe in Godfather." Su Xingchen hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. "Godfather, did you come to see me today for something?" The smile on his godfather's face disappeared. "Baby, I have two news. One is good news and the other is bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Su Xingchen's fingers tightened. "Let's hear the bad news first." Her godfather sighed. "The bad news is that the man you like has already married Xia Dong." Su Xingchen burst into tears. Her godfather comforted her. "Baby, don't be sad. There are many good men in the world. Godfather can help you find 10 or even 100 of them." Su Xingchen sobbed. "Actually, I already knew that I had no hope. I lost my chastity and my face was disfigured. He definitely won't want me, but I'm still so sad. Godfather, I've liked Brother Han since I was very, very young." Her godfather patted her shoulder and comforted her. I know. Girl, don't cry, Un." She wiped her tears. "Since I was young, Brother Han only had Su Yunqian in his eyes. He never looked at me more than a few times. When I grew up, he fell in love with Xia Dong. Godfather, tell me, how am I worse than them?" "You're not bad at all. You're better than them. It's Bailey Han who can't see how good you are. Girl, don't cry. Godfather will tell you a piece of good news, okay?" She sobbed pitifully. "Okay, then tell me. What's the good news?" "The good news is that Bailey Han and Xia Dong are living together." "How is that good news?" Su Xingchen interrupted him and cried even more sadly. "Baby, let me finish." Her godfather patted her shoulder helplessly. "Recently, I've been secretly monitoring them. I want to find a loophole and avenge you. These 2 days, I finally found out that Bailey's old madam doesn't like Xia Dong and forced her to leave Bailey Han. And Bailey Han married Xia Dong behind the old madam's back. Say, if this matter is exposed by the media and reaches the old madam's ears, won't there be a huge uproar?" Su Xingchen gradually stopped sobbing. Her eyes that were still wet with tears emitted a cold light. "Godfather, you're right. Not only must we let the old madam know, but we must also let Su Yunqian know. Su Yunqian definitely won't let Xia Dong off. Not only that, there's also Mikakito. Although he returned to Japan, I believe he's still paying attention to Xia Dong's situation. When he returns to China, do you think he'll agree to Xia Dong marrying Bailey Han? Su Xingchen bit her lip. Then will Mikakito harm Brother Han? Her godfather sighed. Baby, they've already caused you so much trouble. Why are you still thinking about that man? Let them deal with their own grudges. All we're doing is adding fuel to the fire. Su Xingchen gritted her teeth and struggled for a long time. But when she thought about how she was now neither human nor ghost and how Bailey Han could no longer fall in love with her, she finally made up her mind and nodded. Her godfather comforted her and said, Baby, don't worry. I'll use this opportunity to make Mikakito pay the price. Xia Dong did not expect trouble to come so quickly. The next morning, after Bailey Han said goodbye to his wife and children, he was about to go to the company. Just as he opened the door, countless lights flashed in front of him. A group of reporters surrounded him and asked all sorts of questions. Mr. Bailey, I heard that you and Miss Xia Dong got married. Did you get married so quickly because Miss Xia is pregnant with your child? Mr. Bailey, did you break up with Miss Su because you fell in love with Miss Xia? Did Miss Xia get pregnant before or after you broke up with Miss Su? Miss Xia, aren't you Mikakito's fiancée? Why did you suddenly marry Mr. Bailey? Does Mr. Beitang know about your marriage? Sharp questions came one after another, catching Xia Dong off guard. Bailey Han was calm. He opened his arms and stopped the reporters who came forward. He protected Xia Dong and let her go back to the room. He avoided the reporters' questions, closed the door with a bang, and squeezed out of the crowd of reporters. With a cold expression, Bailey Han glanced at the group of reporters and said coldly, I don't care which newspaper or magazine you are from. If anyone dares to say anything, I, Bailey Han, will immediately make sure that they lose their jobs. They won't even be able to say another word. The reporters were stunned. They knew how powerful Bailey's family was, so naturally, they did not dare to confront him head-on. There were also a few who were not afraid of death and secretly recorded Bailey Han's threats. Of course, whether they were really not afraid of death, or if they had ulterior motives and pretended to be reporters, this was worth pondering. Bailey Han entered the elevator and called Xia Dong. He told her not to worry and that he would send people to deal with the group of reporters outside the door. Soon, two cold-faced men in black suits blocked the entrance of Xia Dong's apartment building. They snatched the cameras from the hands of the reporters and took the memory cards inside. There was a lot of noise downstairs. Many people in the residential building heard the noise and poked their heads out to watch the show. Xia Dong was also very anxious at home. Xiao Yi held a small notebook and browsed through the news of the day. She suddenly found that Daddy and Mommy's matter had already spread on the internet. Her little face immediately became cold. If this matter became known, it would be impossible to hide it from Great-Grandma. She would definitely make trouble for Mommy. Xiao Yi, what's wrong? Xia Dong saw Xiao Yi's dark face staring at the computer screen and asked with concern. Xiao Yi slammed the notebook shut and said, Nothing, Mommy. I want to eat dessert. Can you make it for me? Xia Dong was stunned. Then she smiled happily and hugged him tightly. Xiao Yi, you just called me Mommy. I'm so happy. Xiao Yi's little face flushed red and he awkwardly avoided her gaze. He just wanted to divert her attention. He didn't expect that he would subconsciously call her Mommy. Xiao Yi, can you call me Mommy again? She rubbed his cheeks and happily teased him, temporarily forgetting about the troubles outside. His face darkened. Dee, don't rub my face. Why did she like to rub his face like second uncle? Xia Dong smiled. If you call me Mommy again, I won't rub it. He snorted and puffed up his cheeks like a cute little bun. Call me Mommy. Mommy. His voice was pitifully soft, but Xia Dong still heard him clearly. She gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. Baby, Mommy is so happy. His rosy cheeks flushed red. The mother and son were enjoying the happiness of a family reunion, but the outside world was already in chaos. Su Yunxian was still dreaming of making Bailey Han change his mind when she suddenly found out from the internet that Bailey Han and Xia Dong had secretly gotten married. Moreover, Bailey Han had even brought Xiao Yi to Xia Dong's house. She thought she had seen wrongly and carefully read the headlines 3 times. In the end, she rolled her eyes and almost vomited blood from anger. They actually got married. Damn it, how did things develop so quickly? What should she do now? Bailey's old residence was already in chaos. The old madam was so angry that she fainted and called the family doctor for emergency treatment. The first thing the old madam said when she woke up was to call Bailey Han and ask him to come home. When Bailey Han received the call from the servant, he was on his way to the old residence. He knew that once things got out of hand, the first person he had to appease was the old madam. Fortunately, he was already prepared for a war. Come and see. Songshu 566. Chapter 187. As soon as Bailey Han stepped into the living room, he could feel the anger of his family. Old Madam, Bai Jinxiu, and Bailey Xiong assumed the posture of a 3-way trial. Everyone was furious, and a storm was brewing. He looked calm and said frankly, "Grandma, Mom, Dad, Xia Dong and I are married." The old madam used her walking stick to poke the floor fiercely, her eyes burning with anger. "Bailey Han, you bastard. You hid such an important matter like your marriage from us. Do you still have us elders in your eyes?" Bailey Han said calmly, "I'm here to clarify this matter. Grandma, tell me first, why do you hate Xia Dong so much?" Old madam said angrily, "I won't allow you to marry Xia Dong, not only because I hate her, but also because she doesn't deserve to enter the Bailey family." The corner of Bailey Han's lips curled up in a mocking smile. "Grandma, don't talk about all that nonsense. What do you mean by not being of equal status? I already know everything that happened 5 years ago." The 3 elders were shocked, thinking that he had recovered his memory. Bai Jinxiu said anxiously, "Han, since you've recovered your memory, do you have a headache again? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Seeing his mother's anxiety, Bailey Han felt a little guilty. He said in a gentle tone, "Mom, I'm fine, and I didn't remember anything from the past. However, I've already investigated what happened 5 years ago." "Grandma, you've all misunderstood Xia Dong." Bailey Han learned from Ahu's investigation that 5 years ago, old madam knew that Xia Dong had successfully stolen a child and helped her keep the child. She even adopted her as her god-granddaughter so that she could enter and leave the Bailey family freely. When he did something overboard and almost caused Xia Dong to have a miscarriage, old madam forced him to take Xia Dong to Bali to relax. All this showed that old madam still cared about Xia Dong and liked her very much. Then why did the old madam suddenly change her attitude and hate Xia Dong so much? Bailey Han thought for a while and finally came to a conclusion. There must have been some misunderstanding between the old madam and Xia Dong. Madam Dowager snorted coldly. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? She is a vain woman. Back then, she deliberately got close to you and got pregnant. I wanted to take pity on her and let her give birth to the child. But in the end, she hooked up with Mika Kito and eloped with him to Japan. She even caused you to get into a car accident. Now that she has given birth to Mika Kito's child, why is she still bothering you? What right does such a fickle woman have to marry into the Bailey's family?" Bailey Han finally understood what kind of misunderstanding the old madam had about Xia Dong. He frowned and explained one thing at a time. "Grandma, when Xia Dong left China back then, she did not elope with Mika Kito. 5 years ago, she was framed and the scandal was all over the place. She wanted to ask me for help to solve it, but she was kidnapped on the way. Those people not only wanted to abort the child in her womb, but they also wanted to humiliate her. Fortunately, Mika Kito arrived and saved her life. Xia Dong knew that someone wanted to harm her, so she asked Mika Kido to hide in Japan. The old madam did not expect this at all. She was stunned for a few seconds and retorted, even so, why did she stay in Japan? It's obvious that she didn't want to give the child to the Bailey's family. Bailey Han was helpless. Grandma, you are also a mother. Why can't you understand Xia Dong's feelings as a mother? She did have some selfish motives, but she was not vain. As for the other things, I can explain them. The old madam said angrily, fine, tell me. I want to hear your explanation. Bailey Han rubbed his forehead. I already have some memories of the accident. It has nothing to do with Xia Dong. I was careless and didn't see the truck in front of me, so I crashed into it. Xia Dong didn't come back from Japan to pester me, but... As he said this, he hesitated. Should he tell the family that Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai were also his biological children? If he didn't tell them, they would continue to misunderstand. But if he told them that he did not discuss it with Xia Dong, she might get angry again. The old madam was anxious and angry. Why did she come back to China? Tell us. Bailey Han glanced at the three elders. They all had an expression that said, if you don't explain it clearly, don't think about it. So he frowned and decided to tell the truth. Grandma, back then, Xia Dong was pregnant with triplets. You took away Xiao Yi, but you didn't know that she later gave birth to Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai. So, Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai are actually my children too. Ignoring the shocked expressions of his family members, he continued to drop the second bombshell. Xiao Guai has aplastic anemia. The only way to save her is for Xia Dong to give birth to a child with the same genes as her, then extract the newborn's umbilical cord blood for a transplant. This is the reason why Xia Dong wants to come back to China. The old madam held her forehead and almost fainted again. Bai Jinxiu quickly patted her back, and Bailey Xiong poured her a cup of tea. When the old madam caught her breath, Bailey Xiong asked, if Xiao Guai is really your child, Xia Dong could have just come to us for help if she wanted to save Xiao Guai. Why did she have to come up with so many tricks? I think she's lying again. Back then, Grandma used the lives of Xia Dong's aunt and uncle as a threat to take away Xiao Yi. How do you expect Xia Dong to say that? You want to wait until you know the truth before taking away her other two children? Bailey Han took out a test report. I know you won't believe what I'm saying, but this is Xiao Bao's and my paternity test report. This test report was provided by Xiao Bao. At that time, he found out that Xiao Bao had known that he was his daddy for a long time and misunderstood that he had abandoned him and his mother. That was why he had been targeting him. The old madam took the test report. It stated that the possibility of the two of them being related by blood was 99%. Silence. A deathly silence. After nearly 10 minutes, the old madam finally calmed down from the huge shock. She sorted out her thoughts and asked with a gloomy expression, you said that Xia Dong and Mika Kido have nothing to do with each other. What about the previous reports? Isn't she engaged to Mika Kido? That was all nonsense written by the media. Her engagement to Mika Kido is also fake. Before deciding to clear Xia Dong's name, Bailey Han had asked Yi Siki about the inside story. Xia Dong got close to me because she wanted to save Xiao Guai. She didn't want to ruin my relationship with Yun Qian, so she deliberately pretended that she was engaged to Mika Kido. The old madam immediately understood after Bailey Han's explanation. It turned out that he had already had feelings for Xia Dong back then. How is Xiao Guai's condition? Although the old madam didn't like Xia Dong, Xiao Guai was still Bailey's child, so she still cared about him. His condition isn't ideal. He needs surgery as soon as possible. The atmosphere froze again. The prerequisite for the surgery was that Xia Dong had to give birth to the baby. Everyone knew what this meant. The old madam was now in a dilemma. She could either agree to the marriage between Bailey Han and Xia Dong in order to save Xiao Guai, or she could resolutely disagree and cause the death of her own great-granddaughter. Bai Jinxiu was still on Su Yunqian's side. Under these circumstances, she definitely wouldn't support Bailey Han. Bailey Xiong, on the other hand, was moved by compassion. He advised, Mom, since Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai are both our children, it's not a good thing for them to lead a wandering life. It's not good for our family. Since they're already married, why don't we just admit it? However, the old madam's prejudice against Xia Dong had been deeply rooted in her heart for 5 years. Even if the misunderstanding was resolved, she still felt uncomfortable. She clenched her teeth and refused to let go. Bailey Han saw that Bailey Xiong was already on his side. He smiled and said, Dad, in a few months, you'll have another grandson. Bailey Xiong was stunned. Could it be that Xia Dong is pregnant? Bailey Han smiled. If she gives birth to this baby, Xiao Guai will be saved. The situation was getting out of hand. The old madam was already on the verge of wavering. It was rare for his son to smile at him. Bailey Xiong was even more determined to stand on his side. He tried to persuade the old madam, Mom, you don't want the baby to be called an illegitimate child as soon as he's born, right? I've seen both Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai. They're both smart children. Don't you always say that the family is too small? It's too lonely to have only one child, Xiao Yi. If he has siblings to accompany him, he'll grow up happier. It's a good thing for him and for our family. Don't you think so? The more children one had, the more blessings one would have. The older generation had this concept. The old madam was no exception. She was moved by Bailey Xiong's words. After a long silence, she sighed heavily. Bailey Han's expression did not change. He was calm and indifferent, but his heart was beating like a drum. He didn't know what kind of answer she would give. Since you've already registered your marriage, then so be it. The old madam paused and said, however, you have to move to the old mansion. Xia Dong is Bailey's daughter-in-law, so she has to behave like a daughter-in-law. Although Bai Jinxiu was unhappy that the old madam agreed to their marriage so easily, she felt much better after hearing the old madam's last sentence. She knew that the old madam was going to set rules for Xia Dong. Bailey Han also knew. He frowned. Grandma, Xia Dong is pregnant now. She has to take care of 3 children, what? You're starting to feel sorry for her. The old madam snorted and said, when she moves in, there are so many servants at home. Are you afraid that she'll be tired? So what if she's pregnant? When I was pregnant with your father, I went to the battlefield with your grandfather. Bailey Han still wanted to say something, but Bailey Xiong coughed heavily and said, Han, hurry up and thank your grandma. Since she's going to be our daughter-in-law, she has to be presentable. Your grandma comes from a scholarly family and is knowledgeable. She won't be happy if ordinary people ask her for advice. Bailey Han knew that his father was speaking up for him and was worried that he would annoy his grandma. He pursed his lips and said, Grandma, then I'll thank you on behalf of Xia Dong. That's more like it. The old madam muttered a few words. She still felt uncomfortable. Move in 2 days. Get rid of the rumors outside quickly. It's annoying to hear them. Bailey Han said faintly, I'll take care of it. The Dragon Gang's subordinates were not idle. Bailey Han had just walked out of the old mansion when Ah Bao called to report the situation. Eldest young master, 2 of the reporters who blocked Madam's door were impersonators from the underworld. They even recorded you threatening them and planned to release it to the public. Bailey Han got into the car and said coldly, who do they work for? Old K, isn't Old K dead? Why would the Flame Gang have the time to do this? They're probably being used. Those 2 said that someone gave them 100,000 yuan to gather the reporters and cause trouble at Madam's door. Who's the mastermind behind this? Have you found out? Ah Bao couldn't help but wipe his sweat. No. It said that the other party used a public phone to contact them. They've never met. Bailey Han frowned. The first person he thought of was Su Xingqian, who had always been against Xia Dong. However, Su Xingqian was now disfigured and hospitalized. Moreover, the police were monitoring him from afar. He shouldn't act rashly. He was silent for a moment. Ah, Bao, check Godfather's whereabouts and see who he's been in contact with recently. In the last kidnapping case, Godfather had intentionally or unintentionally protected Su Xingqian. He had reason to believe that the relationship between Su Xingqian and Godfather was not simple. Yes. Check again. Shenghao Group's recent business rivals. It could also be a business rival that was unfavorable to him. Yes. Bailey Han didn't go to the office. He called Lu Zihao and gave him some instructions. Then, he drove directly to Xia Dong's place. He had something important to do now. When he went upstairs, he bumped into people who lived in the same building. Everyone looked at him strangely. He didn't care at all. His expression was still cold. He pressed the doorbell. Xia Dong opened the door for him. Although she was smiling, he could see the worry and fear in her eyes. He hugged her and kissed her forehead. He said softly, "Honey, don't worry. I'll take care of those things. Now, I have good news to tell you." She pushed him and motioned for him to let go. The child was still in the living room. After he let go, she asked, "What good news?" He smiled. "Grandma has agreed to our marriage." "Really? You're not lying to me?" She widened her eyes in disbelief. "Of course it's true. Little fool, your husband is so capable. Why would I lie to you?" Bailey Han raised his eyebrows proudly. He had an expression that said, "Praise me quickly." Xia Dong still couldn't believe it. She covered her mouth and widened her eyes. She didn't say anything. Little Treasure and Little Wingzy, who were playing in the living room, looked at each other and grinned at the same time. They laughed happily. Their family could finally reunite openly. Beauty novel, Songshu 566. Chapter 188. The two little guys gave Bailey Han a thumbs up. Bailey Han lifted his chin, indicating for them to hurry back into the house and not be the third wheel. The two of them smiled evilly, hugged their little notebooks, and ran back into the room like a wisp of smoke. After a while, Xia Dong muttered, "Ah Han, pinch me. I think I'm dreaming." He couldn't bear to pinch her. His lips curled into a mischievous smile. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, telling her directly that she wasn't dreaming. When he let go of her, the two of them were already panting. She lay on his chest and asked foolishly, "Why would old madam accept me? I thought she hated me to death." He kissed her hair lovingly, and his voice was a little hoarse. "Silly, you should call her Grandma now. Grandma had some misunderstandings about you, and I've cleared up these misunderstandings. Of course, she has no reason to hate you anymore. Moreover, you've given birth to 3 precious children for our family. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma want to accept you because of the children." Xia Dong was still in a daze. For a long while, she still felt that it was unreal. She secretly pinched herself. Ouch, it really hurt. Only then did she believe that she wasn't dreaming. Her nose twitched, and her tears couldn't help but flow out. However, she forced them not to fall. Choking, she said, "Ah Han, I'm so happy. Xiao Yi called me mommy this afternoon, and your family is willing to accept me. Thank you for everything you've done for me." He hugged her tightly and teased with a smile, "Wifey, if you're really grateful to me, call me hubby." She looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. She said each word seriously, "Hubby." He kissed her cheek and chuckled. "That's nice to hear." She lowered her eyes, and her shy look made his heart as soft as cotton candy. When she calmed down, he smiled and said, "Wifey, dress up and change into something beautiful. I'm going to take you somewhere." "Where are we going?" "It's a secret first." He smiled mysteriously. Xia Dong didn't know what he was up to, but seeing how happy he was, she guessed that it couldn't be anything bad. She was wearing a white silk dress, low-cut and backless, which outlined her perfect figure. However, Bailey Han's face darkened as he asked her to change into another one. Xia Dong looked at herself in the mirror. Why? I think it looks good. Siki said. When she wore this dress, she looked noble and elegant. She also thought it looked good. Bailey Han's entire body was almost emitting cold air. There are too many exposed areas, you can only wear it for me to see. He did not want to let other men feast their eyes on her. She giggled. So you're jealous? Then I'll change to a more conservative one. Bailey Han gritted his teeth. I'm just jealous. In the future, when you go out, you're not allowed to wear skirts that are shorter than your knees, revealing your back, chest, and shoulders. You might as well just let me go out in my long shirt and trousers. Xia Dong's face darkened. He didn't even allow her to show her shoulders. This was too much. Bailey Han touched his chin. That's a good idea. Xia Dong vomited blood and walked out with her hands on the wall. Xia Dong took 2 or 3 dresses that she thought were more conservative and compared them to her body. Bailey Han shook his head and rejected them all. She was completely at her wit's end. Bailey Han suddenly grabbed her wrist. Let's go out for a while. Why? I haven't chosen my clothes yet. You don't have to choose. Someone will help you choose later. Bailey Han dragged Xia Dong all the way to the busiest district in the city. With his arm around her waist, the two of them took the elevator directly to the 12th floor. Xia Dong's eyes were glued to the magnificent studio. After 5 years, she did not expect to be dragged to the studio of the internationally renowned stylist, Anson. Anson actually still remembered her. There was a gentle smile on his handsome face. Miss Xia, oh, no, I should call you Mrs. Bailey now. I haven't seen you for 5 years and you've become even more charming. Anson, I didn't expect you to still remember me. You're still as charming as before. Xia Dong smiled as she reached out her hand and politely shook his hand. Bailey Han calmly put his arm around Xia Dong's shoulder and declared his ownership. Anson, help my wife style. The clothes can't be too revealing. They can't show her back, shoulders, or low cut. Young master, you're deliberately making things difficult for me. If she wanted to look beautiful now, how could she wrap herself so tightly? Bailey Han raised his eyebrows proudly. If you can't do it, I can find someone else. Anson held his forehead. Aren't you asking me to ruin my reputation? Forget it, I'll listen to you. Mrs. Bailey, this way please. Anson had a bitter smile on his face. Xia Dong actually felt like they were in the same boat. He sat down in the seat that Anson had designated and said sympathetically, Anson, I will remember your great kindness in my heart. Anson laughed heartily. He suddenly understood why Bailey Han liked this woman. She was beautiful, elegant, humorous, and witty. She exuded a mature charm that was no less than those female stars he had seen. An hour later, Xia Dong walked out of the fitting room with the help of Anson's assistant. She was wearing a champagne-colored silk V-neck dress. Fortunately, it wasn't a deep V-neck, which barely met Bailey Han's requirements. Her hair was tied up, which made the lines of her neck even more charming. Her waist was perfectly cinched, and her shoulders and waist were decorated with crystals and broken diamonds. The dress swayed and fell to the ground, which made her exude an elegant and ethereal temperament. Bailey Han noticed that she was wearing a platinum necklace around her neck. Although it wasn't shiny enough, it complemented the dress well. He had also changed his clothes. He was wearing a white suit with exquisite facial features. Under his sword-like eyebrows, the bridge of his nose was proud and handsome. He was God's perfect masterpiece. Everything was so similar to 5 years ago. The only difference was that they were now husband and wife. She looked at him and smiled lightly. He walked closer to her and held her arm. He whispered, the dress is cinched at the waist. Did it press on you and the baby? She smiled. No, it's just the right size. When the assistant helped her change her clothes, he even said that the dress seemed to be specially designed for her. Anson raised his eyebrows proudly. How is it? Are you satisfied? Bailey Han raised his eyebrows. Your skills are average. Fortunately, my wife is beautiful. You can get full marks with just a casual dress up. Anson was furious. This guy forgot about his friends when he had a wife. Even if he wanted to please his wife, he shouldn't step on his friends. This was too much. Xia Dong smiled and her eyes curved charmingly. Anson, don't listen to his nonsense. Your skills are definitely worth 120 points. Bailey Han said seriously, Wifey, the full marks are definitely 150 points. No, the full marks are 100 points. The other 20 points are bonus points. Xia Dong glared at him. Her charming eyes naturally revealed a flirtatious temperament. Bailey Han's heart fluttered and he held her waist. He didn't want others to see her beauty anymore. He wanted to hide her at home. After getting into the car, Bailey Han didn't drive home. Instead, he drove to the hotel that Lu Zihao had booked. Xia Dong was worried about the children. Bailey Han comforted her. I've already called the butler. He'll take care of the children. Xia Dong's lips curved into a smile. Hubby, you're so thoughtful. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to call him hubby. Her husband had pleased Bailey Han. Every pore on her body felt comfortable. The car stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Looking at the reporters surrounding the car in the flashing lights, Xia Dong was a little surprised. She still didn't know what Bailey Han was planning to do. Bailey Han held her hand and smiled gently. Wifey, don't be afraid. I'm here. She looked into his deep and bright eyes. The uneasiness and nervousness in her heart gradually dissipated. She held his hand and smiled confidently. I'm not afraid because you're here. She believed in him. This kind of trust made his heart tremble. It turned out that being trusted by the person he loved was a very fulfilling thing. He could imagine what kind of uproar it would cause when the two of them appeared at the same time. There were flashing lights all around them and the sound of shutters clicking could be heard. After the car door opened, Bailey Han bent over to get out of the car. The reporters immediately crowded over and the bodyguards stepped forward to block them. Lu Zihao stood beside Bailey Han and faced the media. He smiled and said, Friends from the media, please be patient. In 15 minutes, our CEO will hold a press conference in the banquet hall on the second floor of the hotel. Everyone, please enter first. If you have any questions, you can ask them later. The reporters were still unwilling to leave. It seemed that they wanted to wait for Xia Dong to come out. Bailey Han looked straight ahead and focused on the person in the car. Wifey, are you ready? Xia Dong nodded. She smiled and placed her hand in his palm. She elegantly and calmly walked out of the car. The sound of shutters was everywhere, but no one stepped forward to ask a question. Surrounded by the reporters, Xia Dong held onto Bailey Han's arm and walked elegantly and confidently into the press conference. Although this press conference was prepared under Bailey Han's urgent orders, the venue was not sloppy in the slightest. All the reporters from the major media outlets were invited to be present. As the host, Lu Zihao first expressed his gratitude to the reporters for being present. Then, he handed the right to speak to Bailey Han. Bailey Han glanced at the packed reporters below the stage. His handsome face was as cold as ever. He said calmly, Thank you all for being here. Today, in front of the media, I will explain a few things. If you have any questions, you can ask after I'm done. As long as it is within reason, I will answer them one by one. The audience was very quiet. No one interrupted his speech. Bailey Han glanced at Xia Dong. He smiled and said, Xia Dong and I fell in love 5 years ago. However, due to some misunderstanding, she left China for Japan. I had an accident and lost my memory. Just like that, we were separated for 5 years. It wasn't until recently that I found out the truth and got her back. Ad. Hongcha 866. Chapter 189. Xia Dong looked at him with a hint of surprise in her eyes, but more than that, she was touched. She didn't expect him to explain their relationship in front of all the media. He paused for a moment before continuing. Xia Dong is the legal wife of Bailey Han. Friends from the media, please stop making groundless accusations and publishing unrealistic reports in the future. His last sentence was a little harsh. Someone felt offended and questioned loudly, Mr. Bailey, since you said that Miss Xia and you are lovers, why is she engaged to Mr. Beitang? Bailey Han replied expressionlessly, my wife and Mika Keto are only foster siblings. Their engagement is a fake one. The purpose is to make me jealous. Not expecting the great CEO to answer so bluntly, the reporter who asked the question was stunned. He quickly asked, previously, there was news that Miss Xia's 2 children are also Mr. Beitang's. May I ask if this news is true? Bailey Han's expression was serious. Of course not. Xiao Bao, Xiao Guai, and Xiao Yi are all my wife's children. The Bailey family also acknowledges their identities. Another person asked, Mr. Bailey, I'm very curious. Why did Miss Xia only appear 5 years later? Everyone was very curious. Since Xia Dong had given birth to Bailey Han's children, why did she wait 5 years before coming back to look for Bailey Han? Bailey Han's face darkened. This question was related to Xia Dong and the children's privacy, so he didn't want to answer. Just as he was about to open his mouth and refuse to answer, Xia Dong unexpectedly took the microphone. She looked at Bailey Han and gave him a reassuring smile. Then she faced the media and said, let me answer this question. 5 years ago, there was a big misunderstanding between my husband and I. I left home and gave birth to the children. I didn't plan to come back, but I didn't expect our daughter to be seriously ill. I had no choice but to come back and ask him for help. Her eyes gradually filled with tears as she continued, I love my 3 children. I don't want them to be exposed to the public or even laughed at, so I chose to explain everything clearly. I hope that everyone can give the children a peaceful life on account of me as their mother. Thank you everyone. After saying this, her tears almost fell. Bailey Han ignored the burning gazes of the audience and put his arm around her shoulders. The tenderness on his face and the heartache in his eyes moved the reporters below the stage. Everyone took photos of the loving couple, and the audience was silent. Someone in the corner clapped his hands and immediately got a response. The applause sounded like thunder. Lu Zihao thanked them politely on behalf of the 2 main characters. Suddenly, a sharp man's voice came from below the stage. Mr. Bailey, I would like to ask you something. We all know that you and Miss Su Yunqian were already lovers 5 years ago. Why did you say that you and Miss Xia were lovers? Could it be that Miss Xia was a third party who came between you and Miss Su? Bailey Han looked up at the man who spoke. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and the name tag on his chest read, Evening News Reporter, Liang Zhiping. Bailey Han stared at him with a deep gaze and a cold aura. 5 years ago, Miss Su went to England to develop her career and we broke up peacefully. My wife has never been a third party. Please show some respect when you speak. Liang Zhiping sneered and said in a mocking tone, how come I heard that Miss Xia stole your seed from a bar and then eloped with Mr. Beitang to Japan? This person was definitely here to stir up trouble. Bailey Han glanced at Ahu, who was hiding among the reporters. Ahu received the signal from his eyes and nodded. He quietly got up and walked behind Liang Zhiping. Bailey Han's expression didn't change as he said indifferently, I didn't expect you to know more about what happened that year than us. Should I praise you for being omniscient, or should I lament that you seem to know too much? No media had ever reported the incident of the bar stealing seed, nor had there been any rumors about it. How did the reporter who asked the question know about it? No one in the audience was stupid. From Bailey Han's slightly mocking tone, they could guess that this person was up to no good. Liang Zhiping was stunned. He wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt something pressed against his waist. A burly man in a black suit beside him put his arm around his shoulder and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey. My friend drank too much and spouted nonsense. I'll take him away now." Bailey Han's lips curled up. "Go ahead." Liang Zhiping opened his mouth, but before he could finish speaking, an electric current traveled from his waist. He immediately went limp on Ahu's shoulder. Ahu smiled apologetically. "I didn't expect him to be so drunk. Sorry for the disturbance, everyone." Ahu supported Liang Zhiping and swaggered out of the press conference. The reporters in the audience didn't notice that Ahu had electrocuted Liang Zhiping. They thought that the two were really friends, and that the person who spouted nonsense was indeed drunk. Think about it, which normal person would dare to frame Bailey Han for something that didn't happen at all? There were also a few people who were suspicious. Liang Zhiping had gotten drunk too suddenly, but they didn't have time to think too much about it because Lu Zihao had already spoken. "Dear friends, today's press conference has come to an end. Our CEO will cover all of your expenses. Next, Miss Etiquette will distribute some small gifts to everyone." The beautiful Miss Etiquette carried beautifully packaged bags and distributed one to everyone according to their seats. Some people quietly flipped through the bags and found a thick red packet and a bottle of expensive red wine. He was indeed the young master of Bailey's family. He was so generous. Everyone understood what to write in the following reports. Some reporters even went up to Bailey Han and Xia Dong to congratulate them on their blessings. Bailey Han thanked them politely in a gentlemanly manner. Bailey Han put his arm around Xia Dong's waist and got into the car amidst the blessings. This hotel was owned by Bailey's family. After Ahu got Liang Zhiping out of the press conference, he took him out of the hotel through the staff passageway and threw him into the trunk of the car. Half an hour later, Ahu stopped the car in front of a villa. He said hello and someone immediately came out of the villa and carried Liang Zhiping, who was still unconscious, to the basement. Ahu ordered his men, "Wake him up." His men used the simplest and most brutal method. They splashed a bucket of cold water on Liang Zhiping. Liang Zhiping woke up with a shiver and looked blankly at the two men standing in front of him. "Who are you? Why are you arresting me?" Ahu tore the reporter's ID off his chest and said coldly, "I've checked. There's no reporter named Liang Zhiping in the evening newspaper. What's your real name? Who sent you here to cause trouble?" Liang Zhiping knew that his impersonation had been exposed. However, he had been paid to do this, so naturally, he wouldn't reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. "Gungzi, pry open his mouth." Ahu couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He called one of his men over and put him in charge of prying information out of Liang Zhiping's mouth. He could use any method, but there was only one rule: don't kill him. After giving his orders, Ahu went to the living room to drink tea leisurely. From the outside, this villa looked no different from an ordinary mansion. No one would think that this was the gathering place of City A's most mysterious gang, the Dragon Gang. This villa was built against the mountains and rivers. There were no other residential areas nearby, so it was very convenient. Even if they killed someone and dumped the corpse in the wilderness, no one would be able to find out. A quarter of an hour later, the little brother named Gangzi ran over. "Brother who? That kid said that the person who contacted him was a woman. The other party gave him 50,000 yuan to stir up trouble in the midst of the chaos." Ahu was about 1.8 meters tall. He was burly and had a square face. His thick eyebrows were furrowed. "He's not from the Flame Gang." "He's not. This kid isn't in cahoots with the two fake reporters we caught outside Madam's house." "No, I showed him the photos of the two people. He said he didn't know them." Ahu's frown deepened. It seemed that there were two groups of people who wanted to deal with Elder Master and Madam. If the two fake reporters were sent by the Godfather, then who sent Liang Zhiping? He had to report this to Elder Master as soon as possible. When Bailey Han received Ahu's call, he was at Xia Dong's house. Xia Dong went back to her room to change her clothes. He took his phone to the balcony to make a call. Ahu reported the results of the interrogation. Bailey Han frowned and said, "Release Liang Zhiping and follow the vine to get to the melon." "Understood, Elder Master." "What about the 2 fake reporters?" "Release them too, but leave behind some souvenirs. You can decide what you want to leave behind. Warn them that if they dare to go against me again, the next thing they leave behind will be their lives." The people from the Yen gang were always haunting him and Xia Dong. He hated them to the core. How could he not make a show of it? "Ahu, how's the investigation on the Godfather's whereabouts?" "We haven't found anything yet. We've asked many people, but none of them have seen the Godfather's face. We don't even know where he's staying. It'll take some time to find out more about him." Bailey Han's voice was cold. "Send 2 people to the hospital where Su Xingchen is. I suspect that the Godfather has a close relationship with Su Xingchen. If that's the case, it's very likely that he's in the hospital." "Yes." After ending the call, Xia Dong had removed her makeup. Her hair was down her back, and she had changed into a long white cotton dress. She was wearing home slippers and looked fresh and beautiful. He smiled and pulled her to sit on the sofa. "Honey, I have something to tell you. Grandma wants us to move back to the old mansion." She was pouring tea for him. When she heard this, she froze. After a while, she smiled and replied, "Okay, I'm your daughter-in-law now. I should go back and do my duty as a daughter-in-law. Come and see." Hangcha 866. Chapter 190. Of course, Bailey Han could see that her smile was forced, and his heart ached. However, he hoped that she could get along well with her family. After all, both sides were people he loved deeply. He hugged her in his arms and said gently, "Wifey, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma are all my family. I hope that they can accept you. There might be some friction in the beginning, and even some unpleasant things might happen. For me and the child, persevere, okay?" His eyes were filled with apprehension and worry. He was afraid that the timid her would shrink back because of the difficulties. He was so proud, but he actually lowered himself and discussed with her in a pleading tone. She felt a little warm and touched. She hugged him and chuckled. "Hubby, I've said it before. Once I take that step, even if the whole world opposes us, I'll face it with you. Don't worry, I won't shrink back." He heaved a sigh of relief and smiled proudly. The woman he liked was indeed extraordinary. The next day, the old mansion sent servants to help them move. The furniture was not moved, and only their clothes, books, computers, and other personal items were moved away. Bailey Han carried Xiao Guai downstairs first. Xia Dong and Xiao Bao walked at the back. Looking at the house that she had lived in for nearly half a year, she suddenly felt a little reluctant to leave. Although the room was not big and the decorations were not luxurious, it was filled with memories and laughter of her and the children. The future made her nervous, but love made her brave. She took a deep breath, held Xiao Bao's hand, walked out of the room, and locked the door. "Mom, if Uncle Shen comes back and finds out that we've moved, he'll be very angry and anxious." Xiao Bao sighed with a sad face. Xia Dong was also worried about this problem. She had talked to Mika Keto several times on the phone, but she had never dared to tell him about her marriage with Bailey Han. Now that it had developed to the point of moving house, if she still did not tell him, she would definitely die a horrible death when he returned from Japan. Old Madam had sent 2 cars over, and there were also 3 or 4 servants to help carry the luggage. The group of people was in full swing, and it was hard for the neighbors not to notice. A few neighbors who were close to Xia Dong came forward to congratulate her. "Miss Xia, I saw your press conference yesterday. It was so touching. I wish you and Mr. Bailey a happy life together." Thank you. You're moving away now. Come back when you're free. Alright, Sister Wang. Thank you for your care in the past. What are you talking about? Take care. Let's keep in touch. By the time they were in the car, the kind-hearted neighbors were still waving goodbye, and they moved out in a hubbub. What are you thinking about? Are you reluctant to leave? Bailey Han found that his wife was a little unhappy after getting into the car. Xia Dong smiled embarrassedly. It's nothing. I'm just a little troubled. He held her hand. What are you troubled about? Tell me. Maybe I can help you solve it. She smiled bitterly. I haven't told Brother Shen about our marriage. Now that I'm moving, I don't know how to tell him. But if I don't tell him, he'll be even angrier when he finds out about it when he returns to China. Bailey Han thought for a moment and said, let's tell him now. If you don't want to tell him, I'll tell him. It's okay. I'll do it myself. If Bailey Han told him, he would be even angrier. Bailey Han kindly suggested, do you want to call him now? It's not very convenient. It's convenient. I'll pretend that I didn't hear anything. Actually, there was only one reason why young Master Gu had urged Xia Dong to call him now. He wanted to eavesdrop on them so that they wouldn't say anything that went beyond friendship. Xia Dong thought for a moment. The people in the car were all her family members, so it would be convenient for them to talk. When she moved to the old mansion, she would feel very insecure. If they found out that she was in contact with Mika Kito, she wondered if they would gossip. Okay then. I'll call him now. Xia Dong dialed Mika Kito's number. It was a little noisy on his end. She could even hear the sound of flight announcements. After the call went through, there was no sound on the other end for a long time. She held the phone nervously and said, Brother Shen, I have something to tell you. Mika Kito's voice was very cold. He was suppressing his extreme anger. You don't have to say it. I know everything. You're married to Bailey Han, aren't you? She opened her mouth. After a while, she found her voice. Yes. You. How did you know? Do you think Lu Xing and Suzaku are idiots? Bailey Han moved to Xia Dong's house for no reason. Immediately after that, a large number of reporters swarmed her house. Lu Xing and Suzaku had reported this to him. He followed the domestic newspapers and quickly found out about her marriage to Bailey Han. He also saw their press conference yesterday. Mika Kito's anger had reached its peak and was about to burst out. He suppressed his anger and shouted, I've been waiting for your call and your explanation. But you only informed me when you moved. Xia Dong, am I so unimportant in your heart? No, Brother Shen. I just didn't know how to tell you. Xia Dong was so anxious that she was about to cry. Brother Shen, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm at the airport now. I'll be in a city in a few hours. We'll talk then. Mika Kito did not wait for her to reply and hung up the phone. He gritted his teeth in hatred. His handsome face was a little distorted. The accompanying staff were shocked by the burst of anger from all over his body. They followed carefully, afraid that if they were not careful, they would be unlucky and not even know how they died. The matter in Japan had not been settled, but his wife had been snatched away. He was not in the mood to stay in Japan, so he booked an early flight back to a city. Bailey Han patted Xia Dong's shoulder. Don't be sad. Wait for him to come back. Then you can talk things out. Xia Dong wiped the corners of her eyes, afraid that he would misunderstand. Brother Shen was the one who saved me during my most difficult time. He brought me to Japan and helped me establish a foothold there. I'm very grateful to him and have always treated him as my brother. He kissed her hair. I understand. When he heard Yisiki talk about Xia Dong's experience back then, his heart ached. He only hated himself for not saving her in the first place. Otherwise, there would not have been so many things that happened later. She turned to look at him. Will you be jealous? He answered honestly, yes, but I will try to accept it. My wife's savior is also my savior. Thank you. Xia Dong was very touched, but she did not know that Bailey Han actually did not say something. If his savior wanted to snatch his wife, then he would definitely treat him as an enemy. The car drove for more than half an hour and finally arrived at the old Bailey residence. Although she had been here many times, this time, she was the most nervous. At the entrance of the manor, 2 rows of servants stood neatly and bowed respectfully. Welcome home, eldest young master and eldest young mistress. The old butler welcomed them with a smile. Eldest young master, eldest young mistress, your rooms have been prepared. The rooms for the 2 young masters and Xiao Guai and Miss are also prepared. Please follow me upstairs. Bailey Han carried Xiao Guai, and another nanny carried Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi. The group went upstairs and did not see anyone else in the house. Xia Dong felt a little uneasy, but on the surface, she had a calm smile. Bailey Han held her hand and asked, Butler, why don't I see old madam and madam? The butler smiled and replied, Eldest young master, Miss Jing returned to the country early. Old madam and madam went to the airport to pick up Miss Jing. Bailey Han pursed his lips and did not say anything. The butler led them to the 2nd floor. Bailey Han and Xia Dong's new room was the room Bailey Han used to live in. It had been redecorated, and the bed had been changed into bright red bedsheets and bedspread. It looked very jubilant. Xiao Yi still lived in the room she used to live in. Xiao Bao lived next door to Xiao Yi. The room's decoration was similar to Xiao Yi's room. It was a little mature, but Xiao Bao was very satisfied. Xiao Guai lived in the room opposite them. It was a very pink and dreamy room. From the furniture to the curtains, everything was pink. The room was filled with plush toys and dolls. Xiao Guai screamed excitedly. What a beautiful room. She liked it so much. Bailey Han whispered in Xia Dong's ear, Xiao Jing, my younger sister, lived here when she was young. When she grew up, she found the room too pink and moved to the 3rd floor. Fortunately, our daughter likes it and doesn't dislike it for being too pink. Xia Dong couldn't help but laugh. I also think it's too pink, but Xiao Guai likes this kind of kawaii style. Eldest young master, eldest young madam, little master, and miss, you're all tired. Take a rest first. I'll arrange for the servants to help you pack your luggage. Old madam and madam will be back in about 2 hours. Xia Dong smiled politely. Okay, sorry to trouble you, butler. This is what I should do. Eldest young madam is too polite. The 3 little guys didn't have much luggage, so the servants quickly finished packing. Xia Dong didn't want others to do it for her. Moreover, she had private clothes that couldn't be seen by outsiders, so she politely declined the servants' help and packed it herself. Other than her clothes, there were also Bailey Han's 2 large suitcases. Before she could do anything, he was already 1 step ahead of her. He opened the suitcases and said, Honey, you rest first. I'll unpack. She raised her eyebrows in amusement. Do you know how to do these things? She found it a little funny that the eldest young master was helping her pack. There was a teasing look in his eyes. Didn't you say that I'm a must-have when traveling? How can these things be difficult for me? She smiled. You still remember? Those were the words she had said on Snake Island. Of course, I remember every word you said. His smile was so charming that she couldn't help but be intoxicated by it. Okay, let's pack together so that we can finish earlier, okay? Okay. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Attention, Xinwu 799. Chapter 191. After unpacking their luggage, Bailey Han accompanied Xia Dong, Xiao Bao, and Xiao Yi to the kindergarten to register. The 2 little guys were promoted to the kindergarten class. They were both wearing white suits with the same hairstyle and holding their chins proudly. When they walked into the classroom, they attracted the cheers of many little girls. The children sat in front of the classroom while their parents sat in the back. The homeroom teacher talked about some matters and things to take note of at the start of the school year. The teaching assistant gave the students new textbooks, and then everyone could take their books home. Classes would officially start tomorrow. When they returned to the old mansion, the butler said that old madam and old madam had already returned and were resting upstairs. Miss Jing did not come back with them. It was said that she received a phone call on the way back and hurriedly got out of the car to hail a taxi. No one knew where she went. Bailey Han explained to Xia Dong, Xiao Jing is like this. She does things in a hurry and does whatever she wants. When she comes back, I'll introduce you to her. You'll like her. Okay. Xia Dong smiled. Let's go upstairs and see Grandma and Mom. Bailey Han lowered his head and looked at her abdomen. Change into a pair of shoes first. You must be tired after walking for so long. Although the heels on her feet were not high, they were not as comfortable as flat shoes. Okay. Xia Dong went back to her room to change into a pair of shoes and a pink dress. After all, they were still newlyweds. If she dressed too simply, the elderly might not like it. Bailey Han held her hand and knocked on the door of old madam's room. Old master was lying on a rattan chair with his eyes slightly closed. Old madam was sitting beside him, wearing reading glasses and holding a book. She was softly reading a poem by Pushkin. The sunlight quietly shone in through the window and spread on the floor. In the blue and white porcelain vase by the window sill, 2 red roses quietly bloomed. The years were peaceful and elegant. Xia Dong and Bailey Han did not say anything to break the silence. The cold of winter is fast, and will visit the woods and fields. The blazing fire will soon light up the smoky cottage, and I will not see this charming Xiao girl alone in her house, grieving in secret, like an oriole in a cage, and thinking only of my Natasha. And constantly thinking of Natasha. Old madam's gentle voice had a touch of sadness. Perhaps she was also reminiscing about the years that had passed. After reading the poem aloud, she closed the book and placed it on the table beside her. She turned to look at the 2 standing at the door and said mildly, You're back. Grandma, Xiaxia and I are here to see you. Bailey Han put his arm around Xiaxia's waist and walked to the old lady. Sit down. Old madam's expression was still indifferent, as if she did not care about Xia Dong at all. As a first-time daughter-in-law, Xia Dong did not know how to get along with her in-laws' elders. She thought for a moment and said with a smile, Grandma, what do you and Grandpa want to eat for lunch? I'll make it. Old madam said mildly, You're Bailey's daughter-in-law, not a servant at home. You don't have to worry about the kitchen. Xia Dong pursed her lips and smiled. Grandma, there are many things that I don't understand at home. Please don't despise me. I'll learn as soon as possible and won't let you down. Old madam looked up at her. Her sharp eyes did not look like an 80-year-old woman's. Her tone was also cold. We haven't had our daughter-in-law's tea yet, so you're not Bailey's official daughter-in-law. We'll serve you tea after your wedding. For now, go and see your mother-in-law. I'm tired. Yes, Grandma. Walking out of old madam's room, Xia Dong still had a calm smile on her face, but Bailey Han's heart ached. Although Grandma did not scold her too much, her words and actions revealed her displeasure. He held her hand, and his warm strength made her feel at ease. She tilted her head and gave him a bright smile. Ahan, let's go to Mom's room. Bai Jinxiu was sitting on the couch, wearing an ink cheongsam. She looked elegant and noble. Her facial features were beautiful, and with light makeup, she looked like a Jiangnan beauty who had walked out of an ink painting. It was impossible to tell that she was already a grandmother. Bailey Han smiled. Mom, Xia is here to see you. Xia Dong followed him and called out, Mom. She raised her elegant eyes and said mildly, Why are you standing at the door? Come and sit down. Bailey Han put his arm around Xia Dong's waist and sat opposite her. Mom, Why didn't Xiao Jing come back with you? Speaking of her precious daughter, a smile appeared on Bai Jinxiu's face. Xiao Jing received a call and said that an old friend wanted to see her. That little heartless girl left me and your grandma and ran away alone. It seems that she will only come back at night. Bailey Han smiled. I haven't seen Xiao Jing for more than 2 years. I wonder what she has become. She's so carefree, traveling all over Africa and Europe alone. Bai Jinxiu's tone was complaining, but there was a smile in her eyes. That's right. I don't know where she got the guts to go to Africa. She even went to the desert and the rainforest. On the way back, she talked about the dangers of the journey, and your grandma and I were so scared that our hearts almost stopped beating. Xia Dong listened to their conversation and was very interested in Bailey Jing. She smiled and said, Mom, I really admire Xiao Jing. She has been to so many places alone. She must be a tenacious and special girl. I can't wait to see her now. Bai Jinxiu's smile paused, but her tone was still gentle. You young people only know how to pursue excitement. You don't know how worried we parents are at home. Bailey Han smiled. Mom, don't you have Xiao Jing's photo album here? Can you let me and Xia take a look? Bai Jinxiu rang the bell and called a servant. Xiao Chen, go to my bedroom and bring Miss Jing's photo album here. In less than 2 minutes, the servant came back with a thick crystal photo album. Madam, the photo album is here. Leave it. Bai Jinxiu motioned for the servant to leave and waved to the 2 people opposite her. Come and sit beside me. Bailey Han and Xia Dong sat on her left and right. She opened the crystal photo album. The first photo was a family photo, and the second was Bailey Jing's personal photo. The girl in the photo looked to be in her early 20s. She wore a tough black suit and sat proudly on the back of a horse. She had handsome short hair, wore a pair of black sunglasses, and wore a pair of exquisite and shiny riding boots. She looked very valiant and very chic. Xia Dong fell in love with this girl almost immediately. Bai Jinxiu smiled gently. Xiao Jing has always had a boy's personality since she was young. She flipped through the photos. This one was probably taken on Bailey Jing's birthday. She wore a white gauze dress and was facing a beautiful big cake. She had a smile on her lips and her eyes were closed. Her hands were clasped under her chin, and she seemed to be making a wish. This was taken on little Jing's 18th birthday. After this birthday, she went to study in England. Every time she flipped to a photo, Bai Jinxiu used a gentle voice to describe the background of the photo. Xia Dong was suddenly very touched and also a little sad. If her mother was still alive, would she also like to flip through her old photos and reminisce about the past? Mom, I'm so envious of little Jing. She has a mother who loves her so much. Bai Jinxiu was stunned. She looked up at Xia Dong. Her smile was sincere, and her eyes seemed to be shining with tears. After a moment of contemplation, she remembered her background. In this world, perhaps all maternal love was the same. Bai Jinxiu looked at her, and the ice in her heart slowly began to melt. The girl in front of her lost her mother at a very young age. Now, she was the woman her son loved the most. As a mother, why not try to accept her? She began to have such thoughts in her heart. Bai Jinxiu's face was expressionless, and her tone was indifferent. In the future, I will also be your mother. Thank you, Mom. Xia Dong's eyes were covered with a layer of water, but her smile was very bright. She pointed to a new photo. Mom, what's the origin of this photo? This photo was the first full frontal photo of Bailey Jing so far. Xia Dong also saw her appearance clearly at this time. Her facial features were a little similar to Bai Jinxiu's. She had a high nose, big eyes, and a delicate chin. When she laughed, she revealed her snow-white teeth. There was a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. She was different from Su Yunqian's noble and elegant, and also not like Su Xingqian's sweet and cute. She was heroic, straightforward, and bright. In the photo, she and Daudu were sitting side by side on the grass. Daudu was licking her face with its long tongue. She hugged Daudu's head with one hand and bloomed with a bright smile. Bai Jinxiu complained. This photo was taken 2 years ago. After that, she said that she wanted to travel the world and ran away from home. Xia Dong was surprised. Little Jing actually ran away from home? Isn't that so? At that time, her grandmother and I were so angry. Bailey Han saw that they were chatting so happily and was happy. He sat quietly at the side and did not interrupt, allowing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to chat. On the other side, the person they were chatting with, Bailey Jing, was already standing at the door of Su Xingqian's ward. She was wearing a pair of ripped jeans and a white t-shirt with a skull on it. Her wine-red hair was permed into big waves and fixed into a bun on top of her head. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and she was full of energy and vitality. She flew towards Su Xingqian. "Xingqian, I'm back. Are you okay?" Su Xingqian stared blankly at her pouncing on him and asked in disbelief, You're little Jing?" "That's right." Bailey Jing winked playfully. "What, you don't recognize me? How did your skin become so dark?" She did not expect that Bailey Jing, who grew up with her, would become so dark that even she could not recognize her. "It's from the sun. When I was in Africa, I was under the scorching sun every day. I was lucky that I didn't become like coal." Bailey Jing grinned, not caring about her skin color at all. Come and see, Hengcha 866. Chapter 192. Xingqian, what happened to you? Why is your face wrapped in gauze? Bailey Jing was on her way home when she received a call from Su Xingqian. Hearing that she was hospitalized, she immediately abandoned her family and rushed over. Su Xingqian's eyes welled up with tears. "Little Jing, I'm disfigured." "Disfigured? No way, it's so serious." Bailey Jing pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped her face. "Xingqian, tell me, what happened?" Su Xingqian sobbed, crying very sadly. As he cried, he shook his head, but he didn't say anything. Bailey Jing was so anxious that she stomped her feet, and her heart ached. All right, Xingqian, don't cry. Once you cry, my heart will be in chaos." When Bailey Jing was young, she often played with Su Xingqian and Bailey Fei Yan. Both of them were delicate girls. Every time they cried, she couldn't do anything to them. No matter what conditions they put forward, she would comply. Because of this, she was often scolded by her eldest brother and second brother, calling her a pig-head. Woo-woo. Hearing her say this, Su Xingqian cried even harder, crying as hard as he could. The more chaotic her heart was, the better. Bailey Jing was at a loss. Just like when she was young, she gently coaxed, "Be good, don't cry. If there's a problem, tell me and we'll slowly solve it, okay?" Su Xingqian saw that it was about time and sobbed, "Little Jing, my face was disfigured by acid. Even if I do plastic surgery, there's no way to restore my previous appearance." Bailey Jing's heart ached. "How did your face get splashed with acid? Who wants to harm you?" Su Xingqian sobbed, "I can't say." Bailey Jing was about to die from anxiety. "Why can't you say it? Could it be that the other party is so powerful that even your Su family can't do anything to him?" Su Xingqian looked at her with teary eyes. "No, little Jing, I just don't want to destroy the harmony in your family." Bailey Jing frowned. "How is it related to my family?" Su Xingqian covered her mouth and cried, not willing to say more. "Aya, you're really making me anxious." Bailey Jing pulled out another tissue and handed it to her. "Xingqian, I'm begging you, please tell me." She shook her head and refused to budge. The Bailey saw her crying so sadly and felt bad. He didn't ask further, but he secretly made up his mind to find out the truth. After comforting Su Xingqian for a long time, she finally stopped crying. She wiped the corners of her eyes and said, "Xiao Jing, I was originally very happy that you came back. I didn't mean to cry, so don't take it to heart. Bailey Jing patted her shoulder. Silly, what are you talking about? We're good friends. Why would we mind those things? Su Xingchen smiled, thank you, little Jing. When my face is better, you, me and Fei Yan, the three of us will get together. Yes, definitely. Rest well and don't think too much. After her reminder, Bailey Jing immediately had an idea. Since she didn't want to say it, then she would ask Fei Yan. Fei Yan and Xingchen had such a good relationship, so he must know what happened. Xiao Jing, you just came back. You should spend more time with your grandparents. I'm already very touched that you came to see me as soon as you got off the plane. You're talking nonsense again, aren't you? You're my best friend, so of course I have to care about you. The two chatted for a while before Su Xingchen urged Bailey Jing to hurry home to accompany her family. Bailey Jing thought that she still had something to ask Bailey Fei Yan, so she didn't stay any longer. When she left the hospital, she called Bailey Fei Yan. That girl happened to be nearby and was planning to visit Su Xingchen, so the two of them agreed to meet at a coffee shop near the hospital. Bailey Fei Yan was wearing a light blue dress, holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand and a straw hat on her head, looking fresh and beautiful. Bailey Jing, who was sitting in the coffee shop, recognized her at a glance. She waved her hand and called out to her, Fei Yan, I'm here. Oh my god, Xiao Jing, how did you become like this? Bailey Fei Yan was shocked. Xiao Jing's skin was fairer than hers and Xingchen's back then. She didn't expect it to turn into a wheat color now. Oh, I got tanned in Africa. Bailey Jing waved her hand carelessly and asked her to sit down. She pushed the drink that she had ordered in advance in front of her and smiled. This is your favorite coconut juice. I didn't remember wrongly, did I? Yes, I didn't expect you to remember. Xiao Jing, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. Bailey Fei Yan took a sip of the coconut juice and held her face sadly. When you came back, some things had changed. Xingchen has become like this now, sigh. Bailey Jing's smile disappeared and she asked seriously, Fei Yan, what happened to Xingchen? Why did it become like this? Bailey Fei Yan blinked her eyes in surprise. She didn't tell you. She doesn't want to tell me. Hurry up and tell me. She frowned. Isn't this not very good? Xingchen might not want you to know. Bailey Jing leaned forward and looked into her eyes seriously. Fei Yan, we are all friends of Xingchen. We should care about her, right? Yes, then it's only right that I want to know what happened to her, isn't it? Yes, then hurry up and tell me. Bailey Fian bit his lip and hesitated for a moment before nodding his head heroically. All right then, I'll tell you. But you must not tell Xingchen that I was the one who told you. Don't worry, I won't betray you. Bailey Fei Yan thought for a while and said, actually, this matter has something to do with your sister-in-law. My sister-in-law? Bailey Jing suddenly realized. You mean Xia Dong? Yes. How does this have anything to do with her? Bailey Fei Yan frowned. This matter is very complicated. Let me think about how I should tell you. After organizing her thoughts, she continued, Xiao Jing, you should know that Xingchen has always liked your brother, right? I know. Didn't I matchmake the two of them in the past? Bailey Fei Yan sighed. This is where the problem lies. Xingchen likes my cousin, but he is engaged to Su Yunqian. According to this development, nothing will happen. But Xia Dong suddenly appeared. She deliberately got close to my cousin, and Su Yunqian felt threatened. She actually bribed the culprit to kidnap Xia Dong and sold her to a remote mountain village. I heard that she was injected with drugs. She paused and took a sip of her drink. Then she continued, Xia Dong also had a fiancé called Mika Kido. I heard that he is very capable. In the end, he rescued Xia Dong and investigated her kidnapping. She paused deliberately. Do you know what happened next? This was more interesting than a novel or a television show. Bailey Jing was listening intently when she suddenly stopped. She patted her forehead and said, "Stop keeping me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me." Su Yunqian, this woman is really not simple. She blamed everything on Xingqian, so Xingqian was retaliated against by Mika Keto. Bailey Jing was shocked. Was it Mika Keto who ruined Xingqian's appearance? No, Mika Keto found a few male prostitutes to humiliate Xingqian. He even took a video of her and injected her with drugs. He wanted to completely destroy Xingqian. Bailey Jing was shocked. She felt sorry for Xingqian and was stunned for a while. Then she asked, what happened after that? After that, Xingqian's scandal spread like wildfire. She had a nervous breakdown and escaped from the drug rehabilitation center. She took the acid and planned to take revenge on Su Yunqian. She didn't expect Xia Dong to snatch the acid from her and ruin Xingqian's appearance. Bailey Jing was heartbroken and angry. How could Xingqian be so stupid? Also, if Xia Dong ruined Xingqian's appearance, why wasn't she punished by the law? Bailey Fei Yen sighed. Did you forget? I just said that Mika Keto is very capable. She cleared Xia Dong's name. The police believed that Xia Dong acted in self-defense and Xingqian was the one who deliberately hurt her. So, after Xingqian was discharged from the hospital, she would immediately be locked up. Bailey Jing was an experienced and knowledgeable person. But when the conspiracy happened right beside her, she was still shocked. She didn't expect that so many tragic things would happen to the friend she cherished since she was young. She was angry at Xingqian for being so stupid to take revenge on Su Yunqian with acid. At the same time, she hated Su Yunqian for framing Su Xingqian for kidnapping her. She hated Mika Keto for being too ruthless. She hated Xia Dong for destroying Su Xingqian's appearance. Bailey Jing's face was gloomy. She leaned against the chair like a stone statue. Xiao Jing, are you okay? Bailey Fei Yen waved in front of her eyes worriedly. Bailey Jing's voice was a little cold. I'm fine, Fei Yen. I have something to do. I'll go back first. She was in a bad mood, very bad mood. Did Big Brother know how evil Xia Dong was? How could he marry her? Fei Yen, the drinks are on me. I'm in a hurry. She stood up and strode out. She wanted to go back quickly and expose that woman's ugly face in front of Big Brother. Bailey Fei Yen seemed to know what she was thinking. He shouted at her back, Xiao Jing, are you going back to ask Xia Dong? Calm down. You don't have any evidence now. Even if you ask her, she won't admit it. Bailey Jing stopped in her tracks. Without turning back, she strode out. Because she walked too fast, she bumped into a man who had just walked in. She hurriedly turned back. Sorry. The man who was bumped into smiled gently. It's okay. She forced a smile, nodded, and turned to leave. Be careful. Before the man could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang. Bailey Jing had already collided with the waiter standing behind her. The waiter's tray fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the iced lemon juice in the cup spilled all over her body. Her white t-shirt turned orange. The most embarrassing thing was that the spot where the juice was splashed was on her chest. The handsome waiter apologized with a red face. Bailey Jing shrugged nonchalantly. It's okay. I wasn't careful when I walked. How much is this cup of lemon juice? I'll compensate you. The waiter said there was no need. The lobby manager also rushed over and apologized sincerely. Ad. Songshu 566. Chapter 193. Bailey Jing didn't want to waste any time. She walked out of the coffee shop and onto the road after settling things peacefully. A man's voice rang in her ears. Miss, are you planning to leave dressed like this? Bailey Jing turned around to see the man she'd bumped into at the coffee shop. She frowned, not liking the way he was hitting on her. Is there anything else? Lin Yi found the sudden change in attitude quite amusing. It seemed that she'd misunderstood his good intentions. He smiled gently. I just wanted to tell you that I just bought a dress. I was going to give it to my mother. Although it's not suitable for her age, it's better than you wearing dirty clothes. Bailey Jing lowered her head. Only then did she notice that the orange-yellow object had become very conspicuous. Furthermore, its position was very awkward. She smiled embarrassedly. I'll have to trouble you then. Lin Yi smiled. Let's use the coffee shop's washroom. You go first, I'll go get the clothes from the car. I'll be back soon. Bailey Jing thanked him sincerely. She used the washroom and changed into the dress Lin Yi had given her. The price tag was still there, and she took a look at the price tag. It was 5 digits, and she memorized it in her heart. The color of the dress was simple and elegant, and it fit her well. She let her hair down, letting her wine-red hair fall over her shoulders. Lin Yi was waiting for her in the lobby, smiling warmly when she came out. It suits you. She'd looked like a delinquent girl at first, but now she looked like a lady from a rich family. Thank you, I'm Bailey Jing. What's your name? Bailey Jing stretched out her hand. He shook her hand politely. Lin Yi. Lin Yi, can I trouble you to give me your name card? I'll pay you for the dress some other day. Lin Yi smiled. No need. It's fate that brought us together. She glared at him. Just give it to me, Bailey Jing, don't take people's things for free. Alright then, here's my name card. Lin Yi smiled and handed her his name card. Alright, now that I have your number, I will contact you. Thank you for today. I'm in a hurry, so I'll thank you another day. Bailey Jing put away the business card and said goodbye to him with a smile. Bailey Jing. Lin Yi's lips curled up into a smile. If he remembered correctly, Yun had a sister called Bailey Jing. Could it be her? Bailey quietly got into the taxi. On the way home, he kept thinking about what Bailey Fei Yan said. If what she said is true, then Xia Dong is not a simple woman. First, she has Mika Keto in her hands, and now she has her brother. Su Yunqian wasn't a good person either. She looked as elegant as a goddess, but she was actually vicious and merciless. She was really disgusting. At lunchtime, the old madam glanced at her 3 great-grandchildren one by one, feeling a little conflicted. It was the first time there were so many children at the Bailey's table. The 3 little guys sat next to each other. Xia Dong sat next to Xiao Guai so that it was easier to take care of her. When the dishes were all served, the servants served rice to everyone. Everyone waited for the old madam to start eating. The old madam said, "Everyone, let's eat." Xiao Guai blinked her big eyes and called out to all the elders in her baby voice. Great-grandpa, great-grandma, eat. Grandma, eat. Daddy, mommy, brother, eat. Xiao Guai also wants to eat. The old madam couldn't stop smiling. Good girl, look at our Gigai's sweet mouth. Gigai, come sit next to great-grandma, okay? Xiao Guai looked up at Xia Dong. Xia Dong nodded at her and she smiled. Okay, I want to sit next to great-grandma. Xia Dong carried her to the old madam's side. The old madam patted her head and smiled kindly. Gigai, what do you want to eat? Great-grandma will get it for you. Xiao Guai said obediently, I don't want great-grandma to get it for me. If great-grandma is tired, I can get it myself. I can even help great-grandma get food. Oh, how old are you? You already know how to dote on great-grandma. The old madam smiled. She doted on this soft and tender little girl to the bone. She couldn't help but pity her. How could such a cute little girl contract such a terrible disease? Xiao Guai was not only obedient and cute, she was also very filial. When she saw the old madam reaching for a dish more often, she would reach out her arm to help her get food. The old madam praised her for being sensible. The old master sat in his wheelchair and ate in silence. He ate whatever the servants fed him. His eyes were unfocused and he didn't respond to anyone who spoke to him. Only when the old madam spoke to him would he raise his eyelids. However, he would only glance at her before lowering his head again. Xia Dong heard from Bailey Han that the old master had Alzheimer's disease and had lost the ability to speak. He could only say a few simple words. His memory was chaotic and he often mistook people for others or couldn't remember anything at all. Because of the presence of the three children, the atmosphere at the dining table was harmonious. Xia Dong also heaved a sigh of relief. After the meal, the servants wanted to push the old master to the back garden for a walk. Xia Dong offered to accompany the old master, and the three children also volunteered to follow. Bailey Han was naturally worried about letting Xiao Guai go with them. The old madam smiled and patted Xiao Guai's head. Gigai, stay with great-grandma, okay? Okay. Xiao Guai nodded obediently. The old madam picked her up and placed her on her lap. Come, great-grandma will tell you a story. Xia Dong pushed the old master to the pavilion and fanned him with a cattail leaf fan. He was in good spirits now. He pointed at the grape trellis and babbled intermittently. No one knew what he was saying. Xiao Bao blinked. Mom, does great-grandpa want to eat grapes? Xiao Yi knocked on his forehead. Idiot, great-grandpa wants to go under the grape trellis. He used to like to stay under the grape trellis. Oh, so that's how it is. Xia Dong was still trying to guess the old master's intentions. She didn't expect her son to give her the answer. She bent down and smiled. Grandpa, sit tight. We'll go to the grape trellis now. Ah. The old master nodded. It seemed that Xiao Yi had guessed correctly. After pushing the old master to the grape trellis, he quieted down. He tilted his head as if he was going to sleep. Xia Dong instructed the servant to bring a blanket over. After covering the old master with the blanket, Xia Dong slowly fanned the cattail leaf fan and said softly to the children, Xiao Yi, Xiao Bao, great-grandpa is asleep. Go back to your rooms and rest. Mom, we'll stay here with you. Xia Dong blinked. How about this? Bring the chessboard over and play chess here. Xiao Yi smiled. Xiao Bao, let's play Gamoku. The two little guys really ran back to get the chessboard. They laid it out on the stone table and began to play chess. A cool breeze blew past and the grape leaves rustled. The September sun was less scorching and more warm. The light shone through the layers of grape leaves and shone on the limestone road. It was peaceful and serene. Xia Dong fanned herself and looked up at the children playing chess from time to time. Her eyes were full of smiles. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Xia Dong turned her head and saw a pretty figure approaching from afar. The person who came was tall and slender. She had long wine-red hair and was wearing an elegant plain dress. She wore a pair of canvas shoes and a pair of brown sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. Her actions revealed a candid temperament. Xia Dong inwardly guessed that she should be Bailey Jing. Xiao Yi also heard the footsteps. He looked up and a bright smile appeared on his face. He jumped down from the stone stool and ran over. Aunt Jing. Yi darling, you've grown so tall. Bailey Jing smiled brightly as she carried Xiao Yi and kissed his cheek several times. Aunt Jing, why are you only back now? I missed you so much. Oh, Yi darling has suddenly changed. He's no longer the little old man from before. Bailey Jing teased with a smile. In the past, every time she called her family, Mommy would complain that Xiao Yi was too mature. But now, he was acting like a child. Aunt Jing, don't laugh at me. I'm happy. I'm not laughing. Bailey Jing carried Xiao Yi to Xia Dong and put Xiao Yi down. She took off her sunglasses and squatted down to hug the sleeping old master. She kissed him on the cheek and said softly, Grandpa, your Xiao Jing is back. Old master was in a deep sleep. Bailey Jing adjusted the blanket for him and stood up. Her gaze landed on Xia Dong. Xia Dong smiled and extended her right hand. Xiao Jing, hello. I'm Xia Dong. Bailey Jing didn't take her hand. Instead, she stared at her meaningfully. You're the woman my brother married? Xia Dong retracted her hand. Her smile didn't change. Yes. Bailey Jing raised her eyebrows. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. My brother's taste in wives is getting worse and worse. Each one is worse than the last. The smile on Xia Dong's face froze. She didn't say anything. Xiao Bao jumped down from the stone stool and said unhappily, Hey, what do you mean by that? Xiao Yi was also a little unhappy. Aunt Jing, do you have some misunderstanding about my mommy? Xiao Yi, why are you calling her mommy? Bailey Jing glanced at Xiao Bao. He looked very cute when he was angry. He could compete with Xiao Yi. Upon closer inspection, their eyebrows were somewhat similar. Little Wingzi shrugged helplessly. That's because she's my mommy. Bailey Jing widened her eyes in surprise. Wait, didn't your mommy pass away? Bailey Jing couldn't be blamed. She often traveled around the world. It wasn't easy for her family to contact her. Moreover, they didn't tell her that Xiao Yi's biological mother was Xia Dong. She didn't know any more information about Xiao Yi's biological mother than Bailey Han. Then this child, Bailey Jing pointed at Xiao Bao. He's my biological brother. Xiao Yi shrugged again. So, Aunt Jing, you must have some misunderstanding about my mommy. Attention, Hangcha 866. Chapter 194. Bailey Jing's beautiful brows furrowed. This matter was getting more and more complicated. She didn't want to convict Xia Dong yet. She wanted to wait until she figured things out. She sized up Xia Dong and said lightly, You should know my name, so I won't introduce myself. I'll go in first. Xia Dong looked at her back as she walked away. Her eyes darkened. Bailey Jing didn't like her. It seemed that her position in this family was still very awkward. Bailey Han sat on the sofa and called Lu Zihao to explain some things. A beautiful figure rushed towards him. Big brother, I'm back. He hurriedly ended the call and hugged Bailey Jing, who rushed over. His eyes were full of smiles. You little girl, you still know how to come back. Bailey Jing acted like a little girl and acted coquettishly in his arms. Aren't I back now? Big brother, did you miss me? Bailey Han poked her forehead with his finger and his eyes were full of affection. Yes, I missed you, you heartless girl. When will you come back? Big brother, I missed you so much. Bailey Jing suddenly hugged his neck and smiled brightly. Okay, you're still acting like a child. Bailey Han touched her hair. Grandma and Mom are upstairs. Go and see them. Okay. I'll go up first. Bailey Jing kissed him on the cheek and ran upstairs like a rabbit. Bailey Han smiled helplessly, his eyes full of affection. If you asked which family's daughter cared the most about her image, the answer would definitely be Bailey's family. Although they had just met at the airport in the morning, old Madame Gu and Bai Jinxiu still smiled from ear to ear when they saw Bailey Jing. They hugged her affectionately for a while. After the excitement, Bailey Jing saw Xiao Guai sitting quietly on the small fabric sofa and looking at her curiously with a pair of crystal-like eyes. Bailey Jing also looked at Xiao Guai in surprise and asked the old madam, Grandma, this little girl is so cute. Whose child is she? Old madam patted her forehead. Look at me, I was so happy that I forgot to introduce her. Xiao Jing, this is your eldest brother's daughter, Xiao Guai. Old madam patted Xiao Guai's head and smiled kindly. Gigai, this is your Aunt Jing. Hello, Aunt Jing. Xiao Guai blinked his big eyes and smiled generously, revealing two cute little dimples. So cute. Bailey squatted in front of her and couldn't help but reach out to stroke her soft cheeks. He smiled gently. Your name is Xiao Guai. How old are you this year? Xiao Guai's face was distorted by her rubbing, but she wasn't angry at all. She replied softly, I'm 4.5 years old this year. Wow, so cute. Come, let Aunt Jing give you a kiss. Bailey's family finally had a little princess. Sob, sob, she was so happy. Bailey Jing kissed Xiao Guai's soft cheeks. Xiao Guai giggled. Aunt Jing, you're so beautiful. Oh, little girl, you have such a sweet mouth. Bailey Jing beamed and couldn't help but rub her cheeks again. Her abnormally pale little face was rubbed red. Old Madam shook her head helplessly. Jing girl, if you don't dare to enter, let go of Xiao Guai. She's not in good health and can't stand your torment. Bailey Jing heard and quickly let go of her hand. She looked carefully. Xiao Guai's skin was abnormally white and her small body was a little thin. She asked with heartache, what's wrong with Gigai? Bai Jinxiu coughed heavily. Bailey Jing immediately realized that she couldn't talk about it in front of the child and quickly changed the topic. Xiao Guai's health wasn't good and she quickly became tired. After she fell asleep, old Madam asked the servant to send her back to her room. Only then did she tell Bailey Jing about Xiao Guai's condition. Bailey Jing came back to her senses after a long while. Her eyes were red. Xiao Guai is so pitiful. How can such a young child suffer so much? Bailey Jing had been sympathetic since she was young. She was the kind of person who would give money to others when she saw them begging on the street. How could Bai Jinxiu not understand her? She helplessly patted the back of her hand and comforted her. Don't be sad. Fortunately, Xia Dong is pregnant now. When she gives birth to the baby, she can save Gigai. Xia Dong is pregnant. Bailey Jing's heart tightened. She thought that it was fortunate that she didn't act rashly. If she caused Xia Dong to die because of Xingqian, her brother would hate her to death. Moreover, she would indirectly cause Xiao Guai's death. Then her sins would be grave. Yes, it's been more than 3 months. Bailey Jing calmed down and frowned. She said, Mommy, Xiao Yi's biological mother is Xia Dong. What's going on? Didn't you say that Xiao Yi's biological mother abandoned Xiao Yi and my brother and eloped with someone else? Then she died in a car accident, right? Bai Jinxiu looked at old Madam awkwardly. Back then, old Madam made up such a lie to cover up the truth and deceived Ahan, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Jing. Now she didn't know whether she should explain it or not. Of course, old Madam knew what her daughter-in-law was troubled about. She coughed and said, this matter is more complicated. Back then, when you were studying in England, we didn't want you to worry, so we didn't tell you the truth. Old Madam briefly recounted Xia Dong's experience. However, she also concealed some of the truth, which was related to Bailey Han. Bailey Jing listened to everything. After a while, she said, I suddenly admire Xia Dong. Bai Jinxiu poked her forehead in annoyance. Admire her for what? Stealing a child? Or making a mess of her own reputation? You'd better behave yourself. Mommy, let me finish. Bailey Jing hugged her arm. Think about it. Xia Dong raised 2 children by herself. Xiao Guai even had that kind of illness. She was under a lot of pressure. With my brother's bad temper, don't you know what he will do and say when someone he doesn't like gets close to him? Xia Dong must have suffered a lot. Although Bai Jinxiu felt uncomfortable, when she thought about it carefully, it made sense. The corners of her lips curled up unconsciously. She taught Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai quite well. The knot in old Madam's heart slowly disappeared. She sighed and said, I don't want to say anything more about them. I just want our family to be safe and happy. Bailey Jing held by Jinxiu in one hand and old madam in the other. She smiled and said, "Grandma, don't worry. Our family will definitely be fine. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I talked to second brother on the phone a few days ago. He said that he and his former classmates started a high-tech company, and it's officially operating now. Second brother is also working very hard now." Bai Jinxiu's expression was indifferent. She didn't have much affection for Bailey Yun, this illegitimate son. Old madam didn't like Bailey Yun in the past, mostly because he was unruly and unrestrained. Now that he was willing to work hard, she felt a little relieved and nodded repeatedly. The three of them were chatting happily upstairs when Bailey Han and Xia Dong brought the sleeping old master upstairs. Two more people chatted with each other. Xia Dong sat at the side and listened to Bailey Jing talk about the interesting things that happened when they traveled around the world. Her thoughts drifted away. She thought of the confusion when she first went abroad, Mika Keto, and her foster father who was far away in Italy. Her phone suddenly rang, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. Xia Dong quickly picked up the phone and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I have to take this call." She pressed the answer button and hurried out. Bailey Han's eyes darkened. He caught a flash of panic in her eyes just now and suspected that it was Mika Keto who called. Xia Dong hurried to the empty balcony and called out softly into the phone, "Brother Shen." Mika Keto's cold voice sounded in her ear. "I want to see you." She bit her lip. "When?" "Now." His tone was domineering and irrefutable. She paused and asked, "Where shall we meet?" He said coldly, "I'll pick you up at the old mansion." "No need," she said hurriedly. "I'll go out." "Tell me the place." "Are you so worried that Bailey's family will find out about our relationship?" Mika Keto's car was parked on the road outside Bailey's old mansion. His eyes were surging with anger as he stared at the luxurious manor outside the window. "No, I just don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Brother Shen, I'm sorry." Her heart was full of guilt. He paused and tried to suppress his anger. "I'm outside the mansion now. You can come out." Brother Shen, before she could finish speaking, he had already hung up the phone. She stared blankly at the phone in her hand and touched her forehead helplessly. She turned and walked downstairs. Bailey Han appeared from behind the wall. His eyes were as dark as the sea as he looked at her back. "Butler, if anyone asks, just say that I'm in the garden." Xia Dong instructed the butler before she left. "Okay." A black Maybach stopped by the roadside. Xia Dong opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat. In the driver's seat, Mika Keto was expressionless. A storm surged in his deep eyes as he stared at her without blinking. She forced a smile. "Brother Shen, have you settled the matter in Japan?" Mika Keto did not answer her question. Instead, he said stiffly, "Why did you marry him?" She lowered her head and did not dare to look into his eyes. She said softly, "A lot of things happened while you were away." Bailey Han found out about Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai's identities. He also found out about what happened 5 years ago. He interrupted her angrily. "So you gave yourself to him?" She smiled bitterly. "No, I think I like him." Mika Keto suddenly grabbed her shoulders and forced her to look into his eyes. Xia, look at me. Don't be blinded by his impulse." She shook her head. "No, Brother Shen. I think I really like." He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her on the lips, stopping her from saying the words she didn't have time to say. Bailey Han was standing at the entrance of the mansion and happened to see this scene. He immediately exuded a cold aura and his dark eyes were raging with anger. Attention, Xinwu 799. Chapter 195. MMM. Xia Dong pushed his chest with all her might. Mika Keto hugged her even tighter. His gaze was cold and without a trace of lust. He looked past her head and looked at Bailey Han, who was standing at the entrance of the manor. The moment he ran to the car, Mikakito pressed the window button. The glass slowly rose and completely blocked Bailey Han's line of sight. Xia Dong bit Mikakito's lips forcefully. Beitang Shen abruptly let go of her and stepped on the accelerator. The Meiba and Hertz sped off. Bailey Han ran over, but he missed. Xia Dong's eyes welled up with tears. Brother Shen, you're too much. I'm too much. It's been 5 years. Don't tell me you still don't understand my feelings. Mikakito's cold gaze was fixed on the road ahead. He was very agitated and sped up. Xia Dong's face was pale. She covered her abdomen with one hand and clutched the seatbelt with the other. Her voice was trembling. Brother Shen, don't drive so fast. Mikakito ignored her words and shouted agitatedly, Xia Dong, I love you. I've loved you for 5F*King years. How can you ignore my feelings and throw yourself into another man's arms? Xia Dong looked at the man who was as violent as a lion in shock. He said he loved her. She thought he only treated her as a younger sister. Her shocked expression made him even angrier. He slammed on the brakes, and the friction between the tires and the concrete made an ear-piercing screech. He held her shoulders and shouted at her, You idiot. If I didn't love you, why would I accompany you to China? She didn't know how to answer him. She was an idiot. She thought Siki was just gossiping and daydreaming when he said he loved her. She didn't expect it to be true. Brother Shen, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I've always treated you as my big brother. Mikakito's heart ached. He held her arm tighter and tighter. Big brother? Just big brother. I'm sorry. Other than these 3 words, she did not know what else to say. He held her hand stiffly, like a stone statue, as if there was no life in it. In the narrow space, the air was suffocating. Her heart clenched in pain. She held his hand and slowly removed it from her arm. Tears streamed down her face. Brother Shen, forget me. You'll find a better girl. She grabbed the handle of the car. With a click, the car door opened, just like the sound of his heart breaking. She turned to leave, but he grabbed her arm. His eyes were as gloomy as the sky before a storm. Xia Dong, from the moment you stepped out of this car, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. He was gambling, using himself as the stake. She was stunned. She would never forget that 5 years ago, when she was in danger, he descended like a god and saved her from disaster. How did they end up like this? Why did she have to make a choice? Her tears fell even harder. After a long time, she choked and said word by word, Brother Shen, no matter what happens in the future, I will always remember you. I will always be grateful to you. You will always be my big brother. Big brother, he was only her big brother. He grabbed her arm and refused to let go. Xia Dong, do you know what you're doing? Is Bailey Han worth it for you to treat him like this? What did Bailey Han do to make her, who did not believe in marriage, step into the grave of marriage? He made her do this without hesitation. Tears streamed down her face. She shook her head. I don't know. I just don't want to regret. It was Bailey Han who made her understand what love was. It was Bailey Han who gave her the courage to step into marriage. They had said that they would face it together. She could not abandon him. There were very few cars on the road. As far as the eye could see, only the 2 of them were in a deadlock by the roadside. He grabbed her arm and she stood stiffly at the door. His expression was getting colder and colder. Something like crystals seemed to shatter in his eyes. Her heart throbbed in pain, but she held it in and did not say anything. After a long time, a car sped past them. The whistling wind lifted a corner of her skirt. He slowly let go of her hand. She took a step back. The car door slammed shut. Meiba and he sped away and disappeared from her sight in the blink of an eye. Xia Dong squatted on the ground and cried bitterly. The old mansion was built halfway up the mountain. Now she was standing at the foot of the mountain. She wanted to hail a car to go up, but not a single one passed by. She took out her phone and hesitated whether to ask Bailey Han to pick her up. However, she was also worried that Han would misunderstand her. What should she do? If she walked up, there were still a few kilometers to go. After thinking about it, she decided to ask Bailey Han to pick her up. She thought that as long as she explained it clearly, he would definitely believe her. She dialed Bailey Han's phone, but no one answered for a long time. She did not give up and dialed 2 more times. Finally, he picked up. She was delighted and said, "Han, can you come and pick me up? I'm at the foot of the mountain now." There was a pause on the other side of the phone. Old Madam's cold voice came through. "What kind of wife are you? Your husband has fainted, and you're still having fun outside." Xia Dong said agitatedly, "Han fainted? How is he?" Old Madam said angrily, "You still know how to care about him." "Grandma, Before she could finish speaking, the phone beeped with a busy tone. Xia Dong was burning with anxiety. She did not know what had happened to Bailey Han and why he had fainted. However, when she heard Old Madam's anger, she knew that his condition must be very serious. She did not dare to think too much about it. She lifted her skirt and ran up the mountain. Fortunately, she was wearing flats, so she was not too tired from running. However, she was worried about the baby in her belly, so she did not dare to run too fast. After running for nearly 10 minutes, she saw a car driving over from afar. It approached from afar until it stopped in front of her. An unfamiliar face stuck out from the window. "Young mistress, Old Madam asked me to pick you up." Xia Dong said, "Thank you," and hurriedly got into the car. The car drove into the manor. She hurriedly got out of the car and walked into the living room. She happened to see the butler sending Suja downstairs. She hurriedly went up to him and asked, "Dr. Su, how is Han?" Suja looked at her meaningfully. When he was driving to Bailey's house just now, he saw this woman and a man tugging at each other by the roadside. Although it was not convenient for him to say too much as an outsider, he still could not help but want to say a few words on behalf of Han. "Xia Dong, we can be considered old acquaintances. I want to remind you that Han loves you very much. He loves you with his own life. Please cherish him. He has not woken up yet. You can go upstairs to see him." Xia Dong was stunned. She did not quite understand what he was implying. However, when she heard that Han had not woken up yet, she was very worried. What happened to him? Why did he suddenly faint? It's not convenient for me to say this. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Xia Dong returned to the room. Old Madam, Bai Jinxiu, and Bailey Jing were all there. According to the butler, the 3 children had been persuaded to go back to their own rooms. When Old Madam saw her, her gaze turned cold. "Where did you go just now?" Xia Dong glanced at Bailey Han, who was lying on the bed, and replied, "A friend came to visit me. We chatted for a while at the foot of the mountain." "What kind of friend must call you out of the house for a chat?" Old Madam's voice was harsh. She had just heard from the security guard at the gate that he had seen Xia Dong go out and get into a car parked by the roadside. Xia Dong's fingers clenched tightly. "It's Mika Kito. He came back from Japan. When he heard that I was married, he specially came to visit me. I was afraid of causing a misunderstanding, so I did not invite him in." Old Madam said angrily, "Do you know that Han fainted at the gate? He must have seen something and was so angry that he fainted. Tell me, what did you do?" Xia Dong felt terrible. She looked at the unconscious Bailey Han. He must have misunderstood. That was why he was so angry. "I'm asking you a question." Old Madam stomped her crutch hard. "We didn't do anything." Xia Dong's nose was burning. She felt that she had no self-respect at all. She lowered her eyes and held back her tears. Bai Jinxiu's expression was very ugly. She had just changed her opinion of Xia Dong, and she did not expect this to happen. Bailey Jing's gaze swept over Xia Dong. She hugged old madam's arm and gently persuaded, "Grandma, don't be angry. Be careful not to hurt your body. When Big Brother wakes up, everything will be clear. Grandma, you're tired too. Let me help you back to your room to rest, okay?" Old madam sighed and looked at Bailey Han with heartache. She said, "Bailey, take good care of young master." With that, she walked out of the room with Bailey Jing's help without even looking at Xia Dong. The sound of the door closing came from behind. Only she and Bailey Han were left in the room. She bit her lip, forced back her tears, and sat by Bailey Han's bed. His handsome eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He seemed to be in pain. She held his hand with heartache and whispered in his ear, "Han, I'm so worried. Wake up quickly, okay? If you misunderstand, I'll explain. I've already made it clear to Brother Shen." She whispered a lot and told him everything that had happened between her and Mika Keto, but he was still in a deep sleep and showed no signs of waking up. She stayed by his side the whole time. During this time, the three little guys came by once, but they were quickly coaxed away by the servants. Bailey Jing also came by, but she stood quietly behind her without saying a word. In the evening, Bailey Han came back from the company. When he heard that his son had fainted, he quickly went upstairs to visit him. Xia Dong politely called him Dad. He grunted and said, "You're tired too. Go downstairs for dinner and rest for a while." She pursed her lips. "I'm not hungry. I'll stay here with Han." Bailey Han's face darkened. "Even if you're not hungry, the baby in your stomach will be. Even if Han is awake, he won't want to see you like this. Be good and go downstairs for dinner." Foley, Songshu 566. Chapter 196. Bailey Xiong knew that Xia Dong occupied a very important position in his son's heart. In order to improve their relationship, of course, he had to accept Xia Dong, so he really cared about her. This sentence seemed to be a reprimand, but in fact, it was full of concern. It warmed Xia Dong's heart. "I know, Dad." Bailey Xiong's voice softened. "Let's go downstairs and eat first." Without Bailey Han at the table, everyone's mood was a little heavy. No one spoke. Bailey Jing looked around and said with a smile, "Daddy, I haven't seen you for 2 years. You seem to be younger than before." Bailey Xiong smiled. "I'm old." "Jing, when do you plan to go to the company to help Daddy?" Bailey Jing picked up a piece of braised fish and put it on his plate. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Daddy, you can ask Big Brother and Second Brother for help with the company. I want to do something different." "Oh. Tell Daddy, what do you want to do?" "I want to go to the poor mountainous areas to teach." Bailey Xiong almost choked. Before he could express his opinion, Bai Jinxiu frowned and said unhappily, "Little Jing, quickly give up on this idea." "Aya, let me finish." Bailey Jing sighed helplessly. "I won't be there for long. I'm just going to those places to take a look and learn about the situation of those poor schools. Then I'll raise some money for them." The old madam said slowly, "Doing charity is a good thing, and I support it. If you want to donate to those schools, I won't stop you, but I won't allow you to do it as a career. Little Jing, you're the eldest miss of our Bailey family. You have to think about our family. You've been willful for so many years, and you can't be willful anymore. Think about what I just said." Bailey Jing said unhappily, "I know, Grandma." Bailey Xiong said, Okay, let's eat before the food gets cold." Xia Dong had no appetite. She barely finished half a bowl of rice and left her seat early. After going upstairs, she fetched some hot water and wiped Bailey Han's face and hands with a wet towel. Suddenly, his fingers moved. She held his hand excitedly and called out his name. Ahan, Ahan. His eyelids moved and he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at her blankly, as if he didn't recognize her. Ahan, how are you? Where else do you feel uncomfortable? She helped him sit up and put a pillow behind his back. He looked and asked, Where's Yunqian? She held her breath and forced an ugly smile. Ahan, do you know who I am? Bailey Han looked at her blankly. He shook his head slowly and asked stubbornly, Where's Yunqian? Ahan, what's wrong with you? I'm Xia Dong. Xia Dong grabbed his hand excitedly. Are you still angry, so you're pretending not to know me? Hubby, don't be angry. I can explain. Brother Shen came to find me and I told him that I only treat him as my brother. I've already made it clear to him. She explained incoherently, but he pushed her hand away and looked at her coldly. I want to see Yunqian. Xia Dong couldn't help but cry. Why did this happen? Bailey Jing pushed the door open and entered. She saw Bailey Han sitting at the head of the bed and said in surprise, Brother, you're awake. Xia Dong, why are you sitting on the ground? Are you okay? Xia Dong secretly wiped her tears and stood up from the ground. With her back facing her, she said, I'm fine, Xiao Jing. Your brother is awake. Please inform Grandma and Dad so that they won't be worried. Bailey Jing could hear that she was still sobbing. She raised her eyebrows in surprise but didn't say anything. She closed the door and went to inform the family. Silence. Complete silence. Xia Dong's shoulders trembled slightly as she slowly controlled her emotions. Bailey Han stared at her coldly and persistently made his request. I want to see Yunqian. Call her and ask her to come see me. She held his shoulders. Ahan, I beg you. Don't be like this, okay? Go away. I don't know you. He pushed her away again, and because he used too much force, she almost hit the bedside table. His arm swept across, and the cup on top of it fell to the ground with a clatter. The boiling hot tea spilled all over the carpet. Old Madam pushed the door open and entered. She saw this scene and frowned. What's wrong? Xia Dong hurriedly said, It's nothing. I was careless and bumped into the cup. She held her arm, which was scalded by the tea. Very quickly, it turned red and burned with pain. She picked up the teacup and stood sideways, her hands still covering her arm. Bailey Han glanced at the carpet and his gaze gradually fell on her arm. Did you get scalded? Xia Dong smiled. No. Bailey Jing didn't say anything else and focused on his brother. Old Madam went forward and sat beside Bailey Han's bed. She asked gently, Ahan, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Bai Jinxiu also stood over. Bailey Han frowned. I'm fine. Grandma, who is this woman? Why is she in our house? His sharp gaze turned to Xia Dong. Xia Dong's heart trembled. Old Madam and the others were stunned. After 2 seconds, Old Madam probed, Ahan, do you still remember that you're married? Bailey Han's frown deepened. I haven't proposed to Yunqian yet. How could I marry her? Xia Dong's face turned pale. A terrible thought emerged in her mind. Old Madam and Bai Jinxiu also had the same thought, but they still couldn't believe it. Old Madam paused for a moment before asking, Ahan, tell Grandma, what year is it now? Year 2007. Bailey Jing's eyes almost fell out. Old Madam and Bai Jinxiu looked at each other and sighed heavily. As expected, Ahan's memory returned to 5 years ago. Her guess was confirmed. Xia Dong felt as if all the strength in her body had been sucked away. If she hadn't been leaning against the bedside table, she would have collapsed. Grandma, I want to see Yunqian. Bailey Han's expression was serious, and he looked like he wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. Old Madam sighed helplessly and turned her eyes to Xia Dong. The implied meaning was obvious. Xia Dong forced a smile and said, "Grandma, since Han wants to see Miss Su, let's ask Miss Su to come over." Old Madam nodded and called the servant to get the phone. She personally called the Su family. It was Mrs. Su who picked up. After exchanging some pleasantries, Old Madam said, "Huilan, is Yun Qian here?" "Auntie, Yun Qian is resting upstairs." "What's the matter?" This Old Madam was a bit embarrassed. Han suddenly married Xia Dong and didn't give the Su family any explanation. The two families hadn't been in contact for a long time. Suddenly calling Su Yunqian to visit Han was a bit abrupt. "Auntie, if you have something to say, just say it. We'll definitely help if we can." "Huilan, it's like this. Han is sick and wants to see Yunqian. Can you ask Yunqian to come over?" Mrs. Su was silent for a moment. "Auntie, Yunqian is still sad because of Han's marriage. I'm worried that she..." Old Madam sighed. "I know. If you can't, then forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. How about this, Auntie, I'll ask Yunqian first and see what she thinks." After more than 10 minutes, Mrs. Su called and said that Su Yunqian was willing to come over to visit Bailey Han. She would arrive in about an hour. "Grandma, Mom, you can go back and rest. I'm fine now." Bailey Han seemed to have just noticed Bailey Jing and asked curiously, "Jing, why are you back? Is school on holiday?" The corner of Bailey Jing's mouth twitched. She didn't know what other expression to make except for a bitter smile. She patted his shoulder. "Brother, you..." "Sigh, forget it. You should rest well. I'll go upstairs first." Old Madam and the other two left. Bailey Han looked at Xia Dong. "Who are you? A new maid hired by the family?" Xia Dong admired herself for being able to squeeze out a smile at a time like this. "If I say that I'm your wife, would you believe me?" Bailey Han's handsome face darkened. He said coldly, "Get out. Han, listen to me, get out." He yelled at her, not listening to her explanation at all. "Okay, I'll get out." Her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She turned around resolutely and walked out of his room. The corridor was empty. She suddenly didn't know where to go. She went downstairs, walked out of the living room, and walked under the grape rack. Sitting on the rattan chair and looking at the stars in the sky, he suddenly felt very tired. In the quiet night, the cool breeze blew the fragrance of flowers. She didn't know how long she had been sitting there, but the scene of Bailey Han proposing to her suddenly appeared in her mind. She remembered his promise, and the sadness in her heart completely disappeared. She suddenly stood up and encouraged herself. Han had just lost his memory again, and there was nothing to be afraid of. She would definitely make him remember her. Dojo. Beitang Shen was wearing a white judo outfit. He was like a lion that went berserk in the center of the arena, smashing his opponents to the ground one after another. Inside the martial arts hall, there were cries of anguish. Jiang Dao put his hands behind his back and stood at the door with a cold expression. He was slightly worried that his boss couldn't control his emotions and threw him out as well. "Come on, come on." Mika Keto was drenched in sweat and got into a fighting stance. The little brothers who were lying on the ground and wailing had tears streaming down their faces. "Boss, we can't do it anymore. If we practice with you any longer, we'll be crippled." Suzaku was dressed in a black outfit that accentuated her perfect figure. She crossed her arms and looked coldly at a certain someone who had gone berserk. "Mika Keto, if you really want to vent, come drink with me. I guarantee that you'll forget everything once you're drunk." Mika Keto turned her head abruptly. She glared at her viciously. Her eyes were filled with bloodlust. Ad, Songshu 566. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.